her call again, and then she just added another phone number to the 13-year-old grandson who's possibly with the daughter. Step out with this.
2412.
Veteran crisis hotline's calling in, so they have a female veteran off her medication. She's at work to safe haven. Attacking 12, take a check that one out.
6 Rumble, 2 point start, take a shot.
Officer still stands for talk. No. Offender in custody.
Here we go. Good morning, everybody. Sunday morning. Thank you for hopping in. And we got that sweet saxophone. Got some updates to get into, some videos regarding the vigil. Sebastian or Seth talks to a couple local news. So we're going to check that out. Plus, there was a search for a person in the water at Percy Priest that came out overnight. There's just a little video on that. Not much updates on it, but we will keep you updated if we do hear anything more than that. I want to apologize for bumping it back. I'm going to drop their links in chat. I want to apologize for bumping it back. I didn't know NARC was having some issues this morning with the vehicle, so whoa, why did it put them together? Hold on one second. So I wanted to hang out and make sure everything was okay before we went ahead and went live. There we go. Got them separated for you. So I want to say shout out to them, thank them for their help, and thank NARC Divers yesterday. We did get a lot of work done. I know Riley's family is going to appreciate another angle of footage of the area where he was last seen. So a lot of good footage that we got yesterday. It is the members only show. I was kind of having you guys with us on the stream, but I was focused on the GoPro and getting all the footage that we could with that different angle, because when you see it from a different angle, it's crazy. To look down gives you one angle, which can tell your mind one thing. Then you walk down there, it's another angle. When you're looking around, your mind can tell you another. And then when you're out on the boat and then you have that view, it's also another perspective. So it's very interesting. So we did get a lot done there. Oh, 1 second. Hold on. What's up, Rosie? Good morning or afternoon.
Hello. Evening.
Yes, good evening.
How are you?
Oh, I'm doing good. Rested up, ready to go.
Yes.
I was hanging out with Brittany J last night. And while we were hanging out, I apologize for being so quiet last night. I was just so tired. I was up since like 6:30 in the morning. I think I got like 2 hours of sleep, and then the driving and on the boat. I was like, but I wanted to come hang out and show some support over there. But I was hanging out last night, and then in the middle of this interview, all of a sudden, Proudfoot hops on there, and then all of a sudden Seth hops on there, and it's like, whoa, what the hell is going on? So I was like, man, I need a good night rest. After that, we're going to talk about it today. We're going to watch the whole thing. I think it's like 3.5 hours, but I was going to skip ahead a little bit. Just to right before where Chris gets on there. I'll probably watch a good 10 minutes before, and then see, how it all plays out when he hops on and stuff like that. And after that, I think it's about 2 hours, 2.5 hours, something like that. So, but we're going to go through some of these updates here real quick as well. So I'm sure you guys heard it and watched it last night. Holy crap. It was nuts. It was nuts. But hopefully they had a good conversation after the show. Because it was getting kind of, pretty personal there at the end. And then the way that he was talking to Seth too, it was just like, damn. Or not even just Seth, but the whole panel. The whole panel. It's just like, damn. But it was eye-opening in so many different ways too, because it makes you think, like when you hear everything and the conversations going between them, you're kind of like, whoa, it kind of gives you a different perspective too. I don't know. You'll have to watch it and see if you haven't watched it yet. But the first thing I'm going to go into is just a couple update videos here, real quick, and then we'll get into that. And thank you everybody for hopping in. Please hit the like if you haven't. It is the freeway. Red flag all the way, says Ann. It was whew, it was just like, dang, the way that he was talking to some of the people. It was like,
Yeah.
I mean, you get they're frustrated too, but dang, it was like, whoa, crazy shit. All right, so this is let me see here. This is regarding the person in the water at Percy Priest. It's just a little video here, real quick.
Breaking news alert.
We start with that breaking news. Crews spent part of the day on Percy Priest Lake searching for a person in the water. Welcome to News 2 at 10. I'm Corey Johnson. Crews responded to the lake around Goose Island this evening. Nashville's Office of Emergency Management tells us a child went into the water and an adult jumped in to try and save them. That child is thankfully safe tonight, but crews were still looking for the adult. They'll be back in the area tomorrow morning with the State Wildlife Resources Agency.
It's crazy. Here's another one. This is from Fox Nashville regarding the vigil here. Very beautiful vigil. Friendship Bridge. Really good pictures at night, too. That's so neat.
It is well done.
Mm-hmm. Here, let me go. Let's see here. Do this for a second. Just look at the title of the show and you'll know what we're talking about today. Just look at the title of the show. Right? You just look at the title of the show. I don't know. I'm just guessing. I'm just guessing. That's what they're there for. The topic.
Well, yeah. Usually.
Like if you're supposed to stop at a stop sign, you stop. You know what to do, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Just like my message, if anybody's confused about what I said or didn't say, there's the link for that as well. It is fundamental. It is very fundamental. The more you know. The more you know. That is so beautiful. I love how it glows like that too.
Yeah, it really is.
Wow, that's so beautiful. The sunset.
Yeah.
The sunset and then the glow of the green. It is very pretty, Caddy. I don't know. I haven't been to Hendersonville since all the slander and defamation. So I'm not sure. And shout out to that group that ruined any kind of real help of searching that was going on there.
Yeah.
You just see people in a vehicle or walking for a couple minutes. There's no searching. There's no lead.
Yeah, it really was real.
There's no leads. They're still waiting on permission to search on private areas. Ain't that nuts? Still waiting on permission. Still waiting on permission.
Shouldn't there be like a time limit?
Why? Why are you waiting? Why aren't any of these neighbors saying, yeah, go ahead and search my woods? Yeah, go ahead and search this pond. Yeah, go ahead and search this area. Why not? Still waiting on permission. No leads, waiting on permission, stuck in neutral. And that other group that slandered and defamed me and continues to do so ruined the only people that were out there searching. And there's no receipts to back it up. Even the trolls that come in these other channels claim all this other shit about me. It's sad. When you're just out there trying to help a community. You know what I mean, Summer? I'm glad you guys are part of the community because I'd hate to have sleuthers in my community that don't even fact check. CJ said Narc's not diving anymore. No, sorry. You need to fact check. Where's your receipt?
Where did that even come from? Like,
yeah. It's sad. Claiming they're helping communities and families. And unfortunately, they ruin any kind of opportunity. Here we go. Here's another one from Seth.
The Cowboys are back in town. Get ready for the River City Rodeo.
Holy gosh, that is loud as hell. Skip ad.
Sebastian Rogers disappeared. That case is gripped in Middle Tennessee with no clues as to what happened. Carmichael Warwick sat down with his father.
I met Sebastian's dad, Seth, here at this Clarksville playground where the two of them used to love to go. We talked about how it's been in the 2 months since Sebastian went missing and the investigation itself.
I need everybody in the world to help me find my son.
At the park where Seth Rogers watched his son Sebastian play. Tonight, he pleads for help.
I'm supposed to protect him. He's missing. I want to find him.
It's been 2 months since Sebastian disappeared. last seen in the area of his mom and stepdad's Hendersonville home. Since that day, there have been no confirmed sightings of the 15-year-old with autism.
I didn't sleep last night. I didn't sleep at all between text messages and phone calls. You know, people are like, oh, it's been 2 months. And it's like, has it? Because it hasn't felt like 2 months to me. It's felt like one continuous long-ass day.
Large-scale search efforts by ground, water, and air came up empty. Seth's now hired his own private investigators. He wants people to keep sending in tips because the next rabbit hole they go down could be the one that leads to his son. Do you have a belief
I believe
to what happened?
As for what happened, no. Because I have no information on what happened. But I do believe that policy needs to be changed. When an autistic child supposedly walks out the door and disappears, it doesn't need to be classified as a runaway. It's a missing person. There should be an Amber Alert done immediately.
Seth admits he's curious as to what the dynamic was inside Sebastian's home before he went missing. The TBI maintains there's no evidence of foul play.
Bringing people together to pray, to ask God to show us a light.
Seth tells me prayer has helped. He, along with about 100 others, will do that tonight at a Light the Path event for Sebastian in Sumner County. Michael Warwick,
Get to a phone, call 911, tell them who you are. Call 911, son. Your dad's out here looking for you. And I'm trying to find you, but I need your help, son. I need your help. If someone has you, run. Get to a phone, call 911, tell them who you are. Call 911, son. Your dad's out here looking for you.
That is heartbreaking to hear.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. It was heartbreaking to hear last night too. Yeah, it's a tough one, that's for sure. He's so tired, you know.
2 at 6.
Today marks 2 months since Sebastian Rogers disappeared in Sumner County, launching a massive search that's turned up nothing so far. Good evening and welcome to News 2 at 6. I'm Bob Mueller.
And I'm Haley Wilgus. Our 6 p.m. show is airing earlier tonight due to the NFL draft. News 2's Caitlin Quisenberry spoke to a private investigator about where that search stands now.
It's definitely, I would say, the biggest and the hardest case that I've ever been on.
Private investigator Heather Cohen tells me she was hired by Sebastian's dad, Seth, a couple weeks ago to help find him. Cohen says even though it has been 2 months since Sebastian was last seen, information is still coming in.
There's a lot of tips that people believe that they've seen him everywhere from Florida to Illinois to just, you know, and some people actually believe that they saw him that morning.
As Cohen filters through the many tip calls and continues door knocking throughout the community, she says she is working independently of the Sumner County Sheriff's Office.
Sumner County hasn't said a whole lot. We did have an initial meeting, myself and the other private investigator. We both went in and sat down with him. I attempted to get the missing persons report, which we weren't able to do. And so we did have a conversation with him, and really all that we got out of that conversation was that they have nothing.
A once busy search headquarters at the Volunteer Fire Department in Shackle Island sits quiet as the investigation continues. The last update the Sumner County Sheriff's Office had was on April 4th, following search efforts saying they had nothing significant to report, but also saying, quote, "We, along with many other agencies, remain committed to investigating this case."
People are still praying. They're still holding out hope. They're not thinking negative. they're worried, of course, and they're worried of the worst case scenario, but they revert back to prayer and just hope that, something, someone or something comes up.
Cohen tells me if you have a tip in the search for Sebastian, call the lead investigators with TBI or the Sumner County Sheriff's Office first.
And that's the numbers that are below there. TBI and Sumner County Sheriff's Office, if there is any information. It's sad because you when you hear this conversation we're going to listen to that was from last night, some of the locals, this is what shocked me, was that they were mentioning some of the local area, the people don't even know that he was missing. It's like, what?
Yeah.
So that's shocking to me.
I mean, it doesn't even seem possible. I mean, I know it is, but it's like
Right.
difficult to get your head around.
It is. I don't know. It was odd to me, but I don't know. They know more than us. We're going to check out this episode now. This is Web Sleuths Live. This was aired last night. So let me change this up and then we'll get into it. Let me see here. 1 second. So we'll throw that up there. That way nobody gets confused.
Mm-hmm. I know.
When I was in the area, did I see any what, Christy? I don't know. It's odd, isn't it, Mrs. B? Like, I don't know. I was like, what? Some of the local area don't even know?
Mm.
Did I see flyers? Yeah, I saw flyers. Not many. Not many. We handed out, geez, we probably had over 100 and some that we handed out in the area, and when we went down to Mississippi, when we were doing searching down there, nobody down there knew about Sebastian, which I can understand. You're in Mississippi, even though the stepdad is staying down there, and and the Proudfoots are going down there. I could see why, the locals maybe not have heard about it, but up here, that's crazy to me.
Me too.
Yeah. All right. So here's Web Sleuths. That way I dropped the link in the channel chat. That way you know exactly what channel. I always like to show their logo and everything because sometimes people have the same name on there.
Welcome to Web Sleuths.
Whoa. So we're going to go back to this. This is, let's see. Chris joined about an hour and 15 in. We'll go to like the hour mark. Here's the link to this episode. So go drop a like and a heart or some trophies or something. The free way to help. There's the link for that if you want to watch the full version. They said many people in Henderson. Right. Yeah, but local news, flyers, and this is what was crazy to me. When we first went there, I had to go to Walmart to get some gear. And we were going to hang up we didn't see oh, that's weird. We didn't see any missing posters or any information about Sebastian in the local Walmart. So we were going to go put one on there, and you're not allowed. They have their own specific board that they put the flyers in for certain individuals and they're filled up.
Yeah, I remember that. And some of those weren't even from that area, right? Like, I remember
They're
seeing
from
that.
all over. They're from all
Yeah.
over. Now we did hear that there's a Walmart in California that had Sebastian's poster up there. But yeah, when we went to the local Walmart, if you're going to have missing children from other states, why wouldn't you have missing children from your local area too? And why would it be confined to a, like a board? I don't understand that. All right, hold on one second. We'll go ahead and get into this. I dropped the link. Here's the link again if you didn't catch it. And we're going to check out this episode here. And this is about 10-15 minutes before Chris joins the show. And we'll check that out.
This is a good one, Curious Cat. There were some threats. There's some crazy stuff happening. Did they ever find out who was behind them?
I don't know if that's actually true.
Okay.
Honestly. I've never been threatened.
Okay. Yeah, that's good.
Right.
That's very good. Well, and plus the drama people are gone.
Yeah.
You know?
I mean, yeah, I heard about threats. I never got any proof of the threats. Sumner County even came out and said they had no
really? Now that's interesting.
Police reports from certain organizations.
Really? Okay. Now that is.
They came back and said it was Davidson County that they reported to, which doesn't make really any sense to me, but because I feel like the threats were probably in Sumner County. So I have not received any threats. I have not been followed. Many of my searchers have not been threatened or followed.
So that could just be.
I don't think Heather's been threatened or followed. I mean, people are nasty on the internet, but I don't consider that like a safety issue.
Yeah, the safety issue, since she wants to laugh about it, we discussed it the other night. The safety issue is when you're going into communities and when there's people out there that are promoting misinformation, slander, and defamation about my character and who I support and who I promote. And when you're combining it with SOs, just like what they said, some of the community don't even know about Sebastian. So if they come across this shit, this misinformation, this slander and defamation, and they don't even know the truth because somebody wanted to say some things without receipts, well, then how is that neighbor gonna not know that we don't promote it, right?
Exactly.
Right? So then when that neighbor comes out and says, just like you would if you were the neighbor and some person you didn't know that you thought supported a certain thing comes around walking on your area, your neighborhood, hello. That's the safety concern. I've already explained it to you. If you put yourself in that neighbor's position, I mean, come on. Because I know what I would do if I was that neighbor and there was somebody out there that was supporting somebody like that. I know what I would do.
Of course, yeah.
Walking it, going around my neighborhood. Oh, for sure.
Mm-hmm.
So when you put yourself in that position, that's the thing. Now, when it comes to the misinformation, that's why I said there's my statement to the misinfo, slander, and defamation. Where do you see threats? Did I say that the danger came from threats? Check your facts or have your receipts, because that was never mentioned. What I mentioned was the misinfo, slander, and defamation and how that makes it dangerous for anybody anybody go into a community that might think the truth about what somebody says, but doesn't have the proof to back it up. And when you're talking the slander that you're talking about that kind of topic, it's very damaging. Very damaging. Yes, if you can type in chat, people can see. The title's on the show if you're confused what we're watching about. So where does it say threats? Unless it's the people that are spreading the misinformation.
Exactly. It's preemptive. Like, it's
Where does it?
preemptive.
I mean, it's all you have to do is type in !" misinformation and you'll get the link. Have we been followed? You've seen we've been followed. She's a new PI. She wasn't around during the other ones. She just started working for Seth a couple weeks ago. She ain't been around. I'm talking about the whole group. The whole group was having the discussion. If you were a neighbor and there was somebody you didn't know that you thought supported SOs around your neighborhood searching for missing person, that's the danger. I don't know why it's rocket science to anybody, honestly. It's not rocket science. If you're that neighbor and you're seeing somebody you think supports that, searching for somebody in your neighborhood, which way did she go, George? I mean, hello.
That could be a bit of malarkey then.
A little bit of malarkey, yeah. I like that word.
Very interesting. Because, yeah, I heard somebody talking about it, and it was somebody that I thought was legitimately saying what happened to them. But if there's no police reports, that's pretty crazy.
Yeah,
you know?
I mean, I honestly, I can't say with 100% certainty that people haven't been threatened. I have not found any evidence of it, and haven't had time to focus on that. You know, if you don't feel comfortable searching, don't.
Yeah. Now, has Seth ever said he's been followed before? Do you know?
He has.
Okay. And what about Chris's parents, Chris Proudfoot's parents? A lot of people are very kind of upset that they went to Alaska.
It's bizarre.
Have you or do you know if the police have looked into why they all of a sudden went to Alaska?
I don't know that police have looked into that. I know that tips have been.
Shouldn't you know that? I'm just curious. Shouldn't you know that already? Shouldn't you know that shouldn't you know if anything I mean, I'm just curious. Shouldn't you know?
I mean, I think she should, but I don't know if she's struggling to get information or not. I'm not sure, because she said she hasn't even seen the missing persons report. So maybe she just, I don't know.
I mean, you've been on it for a couple weeks already.
Yeah, of course. I know.
And you've already sat down with the investigators. Did you not know what to ask them or what? like that would be like one of the main questions, right? Everybody, like the Alaska trip, isn't that like one of the main questions?
Yeah.
Been
Okay.
passed.
Wasn't she this? I have a question. Wasn't she the same person on the Survivor podcast that we were watching a couple weeks ago? before was it before she was even hired?
I don't know. I'm trying to remember.
I already said in my misinformation, Sammy. Here, it's for anybody that's confused. There's also a community post up for you too, Sammy. So if you can't hear very good, hopefully you can read, because it's actually written out too. So that gives you the date. The date's already in there. The date's already been stated multiple times. I'm sorry if nobody wants to fact check. Which way did she go? The misinfo sheep, man, they just get led blindly without even fact checking you know what I mean? Damn. I'm glad that we got the community we do, because they actually fact check their shit. Like, damn. Like, look at the latest post, you know? Like, didn't even fact check. Oh no, it's about PPP, Sammy. Here, let me put that up there for anybody that doesn't realize what the community is about here. Peace, positivity, and progress. And that's what it's about. I'm sorry that you're led astray, and not only doesn't want to fact check either. I mean, the community post has been out there. I've stated it in other shows. I don't understand where the confusion. Oh, it's the misinformation sheep. That's right. My bad. As we move on.
Passed on.
Thank you for joining, though.
County and TBI. Not necessarily about them leaving.
Right.
But hopefully that is all being vetted in some way.
Somebody asked a question about, was it prescriptions? I missed it. And then somebody said, oh, that's a great question. I'm like, what was it?
I didn't see it.
It was, if somebody could repeat that, please, because I meant to catch it, and chat was going so fast.
Is it this one?
Yeah.
Okay.
To see if any prescriptions for Sebastian.
Checked to make sure prescriptions haven't been filled in other states. I would assume, since Sebastian is an Amber Alert, that pharmacies would be flagged.
Right.
In my
That's good to know.
Yeah.
That's good to know. Now, Donna D wants to know, any news on the sexual offender that was searching, and could he have been moved from the pond? So two questions there. Was there a sexual offender searching? I hadn't heard that. Sex offender, I should say. I have not heard that. Okay. And do you think he could have been moved from the pond?
When?
And that was before her too. See, when we find out that they're coming there to search, and the first conversation I have is that they're working with PIs and they have all of these spots that they need to check. They heard that I had some spots that I wanted to check. They said that if we have time after we get through all the spots the PIs want us to get through, then we might be able to check one of your spots. I said, cool. One of my spots was the Old Hickory Dam right at the very end of the search. We assisted them assisting the PIs for the family. We assisted anybody, community members, searching. We assisted anybody because we were there for the main thing of finding Sebastian. So when you hear that they're working with the PIs, they have to go to all these spots with the canine and the ponds and the boats and all this other stuff. Narc divers can say the same thing. Busby can say the same thing. We all knew that they were going to the spots that the PIs wanted them to go to. Funny she didn't want to answer that question, but I understand because she wasn't around then. It was other PIs that were leading that team on the directions. So it is funny how she dodged it. She should have.
Really didn't want.
She should have just came straight out and said what the truth was. That's sad. She dodged it.
That's true. People would have been watching and seeing. Now we're going to put up your email address. In fact, what is your email address? And I'll type it in right now.
help@reuniteresearch.org.
L, like as in lady?
No, help.
Oh, help.
Oh, this was the one, because I don't know the PIs. This was the one that was there the whole time? Really? 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 So this was the one that was there the whole time? Why didn't she answer that question then? Wow. Wow. Hold on a minute. Hold on a minute.
For police reports, that's pretty crazy.
Yeah,
you know?
I mean, I honestly
Wants to giggle about this, but then when it comes to, oh, interesting.
had time to focus on that. You know, if you don't feel comfortable searching, don't.
Interesting.
Yeah. Now, has Seth ever said he's been followed before? Do you know?
He has.
Okay. And what about
wow.
Chris's parents, Chris Proudfoot's parents? A lot of people are very kind of upset that they went to Alaska.
It's bizarre.
Have you, or do you know if the police have looked into why they all of a sudden went to Alaska?
I don't know that police have looked into that. I know that tips have been passed on to Sumner County and TBI. Not necessarily about them leaving,
right?
But hopefully that is all being vetted in some way.
Wow.
Somebody asked a question.
And hopefully that's all being vetted in some way too, huh? Really? Interesting. This is crazy.
Yeah.
This is crazy. I did not. Hold on a minute. I thought she was the one that. Really? And she talks about vetting. Because I already know they vetted my record. I was fine. I already know they vetted me. I was fine. I ain't got nothing to worry about. Because I'm about being 150 and treating everybody like I'd want to be treated myself. I ain't got nothing to worry about. That's why when I go out in these communities and do what I'm doing, I'm always doing it the right way, about the right way, and with the right way. Just like when we were out on the boat and those people went straight for us. Guess what? There's nothing to hide. We ain't doing nothing wrong. There's nothing to hide. No problem. This is crazy. Why not answer this question? Because, hello?
Yeah.
When my first conversation is with BUR and they tell me we reached out to the family referred us to the PIs. We're working with the PIs and they have a whole bunch of locations they want us to go check out. You're more than welcome to assist if you would like. We know they're out. We know you're out there searching too. I said, yeah, I'm trying to have I'm going out there with the community trying to find Sebastian. There's places I can't go. Really? So why wouldn't she want to answer that question? Because the truth is you were the ones that were working with them and we just assisted who you were working, like who was working for you.
Mm-hmm.
Just like we're doing with other groups. We're assisting other groups. This is crazy. Why didn't you answer this question, Miss Chloe?
About, was it prescriptions, I missed it. And then somebody said, "Oh, that's a great question." I'm like, what was it?
I didn't see it.
It was, if somebody could repeat that, please, because I meant to catch it, and chat was going so fast.
Is it this one?
Yeah.
Why doesn't she tell the truth? Why doesn't she go, no, I'm not. Because you don't want to tell the truth?
Yeah, and it's also like that question was expected. Like, prepare.
Because let's be honest. Let's be honest. All this misinformation, slander, and defamation, they have an equal part in it too. Let's be honest. With them not answering the question, they have an equal part in that. Because you could have ended all of the bullshit right now, lady. All of the bullshit that these other people are claiming or promoting about me or my character or our community. Because when we're helping people that are working with the PIs, the PIs are supposed to know, right? Why do we need to fucking do background checks on people we're assisting when they're working with the fucking PIs, right?
Right.
Interesting. I'm glad that we watched the first 15 minutes of it so I could see this for myself.
Me too. Yeah.
Wow. And she wants to giggle a couple minutes before when it talks about people going out to a community where they think that you misinfo support SOs and how that's supposed to help you be safe and effectively search when you got to focus more on behind you than you do in front of you. That is ridiculous. You want to giggle about that, but then you want to dodge answering an honest question that you should have answered, period. Regardless of any of these other questions, you should have answered that one. That's how I feel. This is not cool.
Yeah.
That's good to know. Now, Donna D wants to know any news on the sexual offender that was searching, and could he have been moved from the pond? So two questions there. Was there a sexual offender searching? I hadn't heard that.
Shakes her head.
Sex offender, I should say. I have not heard that. Okay.
She won't comment on that. Wow. Let's play that again.
Pharmacies would be flagged.
Right.
Right.
Let's play that
That's
again.
good to know.
Yeah.
That's good to know. Now, Donna D wants to know any news on the sexual offender that was searching, and could he have been moved from the pond? So two questions there. Was there a sexual offender searching? I hadn't heard
Shakes
that.
her head.
Sex offender, I should say.
Trying to figure out how to answer the question.
I have not heard that. Okay.
And doesn't want to answer it because it's the truth. I'm sorry for anybody that's coming in here thinking that this lady doesn't know. If she's been the PI this whole time, yeah, she does. And you see it right here. She doesn't want to answer it. That right there is a disservice. She should have answered that question because she knows the truth. And with all of this stuff that we've been getting because of this bullshit, that right there, be better. Be better. Because we've already said what the fuck happened. You know why she... let me think about it. How can I answer it? I can't answer it. No comment.
still gotta get checked to make sure prescriptions haven't been filled in other states. I would assume since Sebastian is an Amber Alert, that pharmacies would be flagged.
Right.
Right.
In my
That's good
experience.
to know.
Yeah.
That's good to know. Now, Donna D wants to know any news on the sexual offender that was searching, and could he have been moved from the pond? So two questions there. Was there a sexual offender searching? I hadn't heard that. Sex offender, I should say. I have not heard that. Okay. And
yeah. After this show's done, I'm going to make you a little highlight about this because this is some bullshit. This is some bullshit. That's some bullshit. All right, we move on.
do you think he could have been moved from the pond?
When?
That's true. People would have been watching and seeing. Now we're going to put up your email address. In fact, what is your email address? And I'll type it in right now.
help@reuniteresearch.org.
L, like as in lady?
No, help.
Oh, help. Sorry. HEL.
I would like to invite this Chloe to come hang out and we can discuss. We can, you know what I'm saying? We can help bring the truth to this situation, Chloe. Or put out a statement or something. Because this right here, when you're talking about a missing child and this kind of bullshit gets spewed, you need to answer the question. You need to. That right there is reckless in its own. And anybody that goes to school to get a certification to become a PI knows that.
Yeah.
Because you don't want to look bad, because ultimately, if the president hires a manager and we're just an employee, we're not even getting paid from the president. We're just we're a contractor, okay? If a president hires a manager for their business, for the search, if the leader of that search hires somebody to manage and do the search, you should be answering that question. Especially when the people way down at the bottom that you don't give a fuck about are getting affected because you made the decision that you made. Anybody that gets a certification for a PI should know that. Now, this may affect the way that I'm discussing this. This may affect our partnership with other groups because of their association. And that's fine, because this is more about an alliance. This is more about how this misinformation that has continued to spew out could have been stopped from the person that made the decision in the first place. And instead, you get, shake my head, let me think about how I'm going to answer that shit. It's all going to look bad on me because I'm the one that made the decision anyway. Oh, well, there's already getting people underneath me, a bunch of bullshit for it. No comment. Instead of being responsible answering the damn question, which you should have, because you're the one that made the decision to work with those people. We trusted your guidance, and this is what we get in return. This is what we get in
Overseas
return.
would be flagged.
Right.
Right.
In my
That's good to know.
Yeah.
That's good to know. Now,
this is what
Donna
we
D
get.
wants to know any news on the sexual offender that was searching, and could he have been moved from the pond? So two questions there. Was there a sexual offender searching? I hadn't heard that.
This is what we get.
Sex offender, I should say. I have not heard that. Okay.
Yeah, that's what we get. No wonder you don't know about anything with the Alaska shit, because you didn't know anything about the people that you had do a search.
When it's your job to know things.
That's what that's what the certification is. Don't get me wrong, it's a dime a dozen. Anybody can go get it. But at the same time, if that's what you're going to do and you're going to help families, if you're going to help families, don't worry about, let's giggle about the people that are at the very bottom of the totem pole, like me, that are out there doing these searches, just trying to help everybody I can. Don't worry about my little piece of shit ass that's on the bottom of the totem pole getting all the bullshit from it. For no reason. With no facts. Don't worry about that. Yeah, I'm going to let this guy take all the bullshit and I'm going to deflect the question, even though I'm the one that made the decision to have them help. I'm glad that we watched the beginning of this. Because I've already been talking about doing the shit to get my own PI certification. I'd do a hell of a lot better than this. I'll tell you that right now.
Yeah.
This isn't somebody that's getting accused of pickpocketing. This isn't getting somebody that's being accused of supporting people that kill other people. This is shit where I'm getting accused of supporting people that do things that have happened to my own family, and I've seen what it does to them, and that shit hits a little different. When you have your own family members that you see what has happened and what they've had to go through because of some other piece of shit out there that is fucking sick. That's why I say you should put them in prison for fucking life. Because even though you didn't necessarily kill that person, do you know what you did? You changed their life for fucking ever. Because of your bullshit. Your sick ass shit. And as far as I'm concerned, that deserves a life sentence as well. It's disgusting. Oh, it's okay about the misinfo sheep. They don't even do their fact checking like their herd leaders do. Don't worry about it. This right here. Answer the damn question, lady. Because everybody needs to hear the damn truth. The truth that you are the one that had them fucking do the searches. Shaking your damn head. No comment. Yeah, because you know. Let's just let this guy on the bottom of the totem pole. Keep getting all the fucking slander and the defamation and the misinformation being spewed. Don't worry about it. I don't need to do shit but what I do, Vavu. Maybe, I guarantee you, if you were probably in this position, you probably wouldn't be so calm. Ridiculous.
And do you think he could have been moved from the pond?
When?
That's true. People would have been watching and seeing. Now, we're going to put up your email address. In fact, what is your email address? And I'll type it in right now.
help@reuniteresearch.org.
L, like as in lady?
No, help.
Oh, help. Sorry. HELP.
Yeah.
At.
In the chat too.
Okay.
Reunite Research.
Reunite Research. Okay.
.org.
.org. And I'll make sure I spelled that right here. So help@reuniteresearch.org. And we'll put that in the description as well. Yes, if you have anything, please, report to the police. If you're more comfortable talking to Chloe or Heather, absolutely.
Yeah.
So, absolutely. Let's see here. Who's on camera? So nothing to fear. I'm just going through here really quickly. Do you know if any dogs have been inside Chris's RV?
I don't know.
Okay. Have the Bowersox spoken with you at all?
No.
Okay. Have you tried to contact them?
Yes.
Okay. Let's see here. Do you know if the cemetery was searched?
If they're referring to the one
that does Chris
house and a construction site, yes.
You're on mute if you're
Frickin' StreamYard. Yeah. The same group. The same group that we've been talking about is the same group that they wanted the cemetery searched. The same group that they wanted the pond searched. The same group that they wanted the construction site searched with the K9. You can answer those questions, but you can't answer the other ones. This is the same group that did this.
Search, okay.
.org.
.org. And I'll make sure I spelled that right here. So help@reuniteresearch.org. And we'll put that in the description as well. Yes, if you have anything, please, report to the police. If you're more comfortable talking to Chloe or Heather, absolutely.
Yeah.
So, absolutely. Let's see here. Who's on camera? So nothing to fear. I'm just going through here really quickly. Do you know if any dogs have been inside Chris's RV?
I don't know.
Okay. Have the Bowersox spoken with you at all?
No.
Okay. Have you tried to contact them?
Yes.
Okay. Let's see here. Do you know if the cemetery was searched?
If they're referring to the one
that does Chris
house and the construction site, yes.
Does Chris's family own a funeral home?
Not to my knowledge.
Okay. Let's see. Kim Rice says, regarding items for scent dogs, do Ellie go in and select items, or do they ask missing kids' parents to choose and hand them the items? What scent items did they have for Sebastian's?
I think typically they try to use something they were most recently wearing.
Yeah.
Oh, Keiki says that the grandparents went to Alaska and Puerto Rico. I just think that's weird.
They did. They went to Alaska, I believe 4 days after Sebastian went missing. They were gone about a month.
Mm-hmm.
And then I can't remember when they came back, and JLR chased them around. And then they went to Puerto Rico at some point.
Yeah, it's terrible.
It is terrible. Now, this is a good question. You've inspired Ladybug Lady to become a private investigator. How
Oh,
does
hell
one become
no.
a private investigator?
It depends on what state you're in.
Yeah.
Oh, hell no.
Or what state you want to be licensed in. So
Yeah, I do know you have to like work with a private investigator and do so many hours and take classes and things, right?
it depends on your state. Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
I looked it up for California, and it's a lot. You've got to have like 2,000 hours or something of work in some kind of law enforcement field or something like that. I mean, it's a lot of stuff.
Maybe in California.
So it's different everywhere, though.
Right.
Maybe in California.
VW, I'll get to that question here shortly. There's been made mention of Sebastian being forced to wear pull-ups, which Seth, I believe, has confirmed, which I find appalling that they would do that the Proudfoots would do that. That's my opinion. Do you know, like, what that situation is? Do you have any information about it?
No.
Not really more than what's been said.
Okay.
No.
VW wants to know about Melissa Proudfoot. She helped them take Faith when Nina had to take her other child to the hospital. Do you know anything about Melissa, his sister?
I do think, at least from Nina's account, that she was involved with that, as was, kind of.
Do you see where the bullshit's coming?
Yeah.
Somebody needs to switch up their crew. I'm just saying. This is
Everybody.
Right. That was scary. That was very sad.
So.
Okay. And again, I don't want you to say anything that makes you feel uncomfortable or that'll cause problems. And so if I ask any questions.
Yeah, I feel like some of it is like, does this help me find him?
Right. Exactly.
Exactly.
You know, it's like, yeah.
But the thing, I think the flip side is, if the Proudfoot family has done things like this before, is it possible they've done it with Sebastian?
I just got a message that Chris wants to come on.
Chris Proudfoot? Absolutely.
I don't know where that's.
Well, can you send him the link that I sent you?
He was not who messaged me, so I don't know.
Get him that link. If he doesn't want to come on the link, he can call my phone and I can put him on through the phone.
Is he in the chat somewhere?
Chris,
I don't know. I just got a message that.
I'll stay on till Friday night if he wants to come on.
Okay.
When you said Chris, I had to sit and think.
That's what it is. I mean, come on.
Oh.
And not fact checking shit. Right? Not like you're not checking the fucking people who's supposed to check the damn backgrounds, y'all? Like fucking who's supposed to check the damn backgrounds? Boom. That lady right there.
Yeah. That's
the president. The president of the whole fucking thing. So let the guy on the bottom of your fucking totem pole sit here and get all the bullshit because you don't want to be honest about what the fuck took place. You don't even want to fact check your own shit. Thank you, Kib. What's up, Cricket?
What would you like me to do? I can put the link in chat. Hold on. I can put the link in chat. If he is in chat, he can jump on this link. Okay. And if you have his phone number, Chloe, can you send him mine if you'd rather call?
Yeah, just stand by for just a second. Let me make sure this is even real.
Okay. I know. I get all excited. Somebody comes on with a sock puppet. That'd be my luck. So.
Right.
Oh my gosh, that happened to us before. Remember?
Oh, it has. I know.
Yeah, it did. It was the weirdest thing ever.
Yeah. Came on with a sock puppet.
Hold on.
And then somebody else came on and
what's up, Leslie?
Accused me of trying to take down her man or some crap like that. Remember that? We've had some weird ones.
Weird things. Yeah.
Yeah. Heather Colin says it's
You
real.
You would think.
Okay, well, she's texting. She's blowing me up.
Okay. I'll tell you what. You and Heather chat, and then we'll chat with chat. How's
Okay,
that?
well, I'm gonna. How do I
mute yourself?
We'll mute you.
Here, I'll stop.
There you go. There, you're muted. We can't hear you. Okay. Yeah, Ladybug Lady, we're going to talk about what you can do to help.
You know, it's no wonder. It made me think, Rosie, when we watch these other episodes, it's no wonder we would skip certain parts when certain people were talking, because it was like there's nothing. It's interesting that this is the same individual.
Yeah.
This is ridiculous.
I was thinking that too.
Wow. Just in it for the attention, obviously, because it's not for the information. You just in it for attention, not information, and it should be the other way around. You should be in it for information, not attention. With that line of work, let's be honest, you're a private investigator. What are they supposed to do? Work behind the scenes, right? Not be out on fucking social media. It's all ass backwards. It's all
And
ass
everybody
backwards.
can do something, and that's just get Seth's picture out. Did you email me that insightful
Yes, I
one?
did. Yep.
Okay, hang on. I'm going to pull that up right now. Okay. This is a cute picture. I love this picture.
And then you can't even answer the question of the decision that you made to have fucking SOs work for a search for Sebastian. And you know what I mean? It's bullshit.
Hang on.
Yeah, it is a good picture. I think.
This is bullshit.
So let me pull it up here.
They're the ones that are supposed to background check. They already background checked my ass. Why didn't they background check them?
Oh,
And
heck, I'll stay
and
up
this
all
is the
night if
thing.
Chris wants to.
This is the thing. I don't even fucking work for them. I don't have any contact with them. I assist the people that you know what I mean?
Yeah.
I assist the people that they are in contact with. Because I'm out there just trying to do whatever I can do to fucking help find him. It's bullshit.
To come, you know? Come on, absolutely. Let's see here.
Yes, Melanie, because of the misinformation, slander, and defamation, it makes me unable to go effectively, safely search in Hendersonville anymore, because I don't know if the community is going to know the actual fucking truth or not. And like I said, put yourself in this position. Melanie, if you were a neighbor that saw somebody out in your yard or the street looking for a loved one, coming up to your property asking if they could have permission to search on your property, and you thought from the misinformation, slander, and defamation that person supported SOs, what would you do, Melanie? Would you not be upset? Would you not feel a certain way? Because I'm going to tell you, when I put myself in other people's positions, I'm putting myself in that neighbor's position. And if I'm a neighbor and I see somebody out there in the neighborhood or even coming up to my property asking me when they're looking for a loved one that's a child, oh, I'm already going to feel a certain way, Melanie. So how is that safe for that searcher that's out there doing everything that they can, and they have no association whatsoever when it comes to that, other than the misinformation, slander, and defamation that was brought up while discussing that missing child's case, Melanie? That's the problem with misinfo sheep. They don't put themselves in the other position, because it's not rocket science to think, oh my gosh, what if there was somebody in my neighborhood that I thought wrongfully promoted Da 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 da. See, you have to think about the sidewalk in front of your own feet before you think about the sidewalk of somebody else's, because you have to look for yours first. So when you put you in that position, think about it. Why is it not safe? Because if you put yourself in that position of a neighbor, guess what? Because I already have. I've already put myself in that position if I run into somebody like that. Exactly. The people that want to sit there and be led by the people that don't even fact check themselves or spread lies and misinformation and defame other people and slander. They do a disservice to the people like myself that are out there really trying to make a difference and really trying to help these communities, which is what they did in Hendersonville. Because they were discussing the defamation, slander, and misinformation while discussing that missing child's case, you've effectively brought all of the negative misinformation, slander, and defamation attention to the community that you were discussing while you were spreading that bullshit. You've effectively ruined any safe opportunity for me to search in that community, because I don't know if that neighbor that I see is going to think of what somebody else said that based off of non-factual information and no merit, no basis, nothing. And when you're talking about that kind of crime, it's also not rocket science to think about how harmful that can be, especially when it's misinformation. That's why I came out with my statement. Now, others want to add their own words or whatever they want. This is my statement. I posted it in community chat and I came out with a video. So those that are hard to read can listen to it, and those that are hard to listen can read it. It's not rocket science. That's why, and who knows what other communities might be affected by the bullshit that was started from this as well. Very damaging. When all I wanted to do, I was getting ready. When all of this took place, I was in my couple day beginning of another leg where I was going to be searching for another few weeks. I was gathering information, coming up with new directions, because I went through all the other ones for the previous month, month and a half. Already went through the other ones. I was going there again, gather new information, come up with new directions. You saw the maps I was making. You saw the things that I was talking about. And then look, gone. When you go out there and look to see who's searching? Some are driving around taking videos. Some are getting out of the vehicle for a couple minutes, walking around, looking around. Who's searching? So when you take away my safety from being able to effectively search, instead of effectively try and stay safe from a person that doesn't know the truth based off of the misinfo, slander, and defamation, look what you did. You claim to help. These people claim to help Sebastian and the families, and look at what you've done. you've effectively made it unsafe for any kind of searching to take place. And what you ultimately did is take away every moment that we would have been out there, every second we would have been out there, because that's another second closer to finding Sebastian. Every second that's searched is another second closer to finding Sebastian. It's horrible what they've done. This wasn't just an attack on me. This was an attack on that community, because look what they've done. That's what I'm saying, Mizak. I don't know the extent of this damage that was created from the misinformation, defamation, and slander. I won't know the extent of the damage because only time will tell. Because that could have happened as well. And that's how dangerous this is. And so when these people go do this to other channels and it's just about, this is what they've done. What they've done is way, I mean, you want to multiply it by 50, because you're not only talking about the past, you're talking about the present, and you're talking about the future. And that is a lot of damage. It's a lot of damage. And it doesn't compare to the damage that they've done to Sebastian's community and the search efforts for Sebastian. It's part of the same group of people that called Chris Proudfoot and told him that I was trespassing, when there's no factual evidence of that. There's quite the contrary. There's proof that it didn't take place, because there was a stream the whole time before I got there and after I left. Factual proof that it didn't take place. Yet, some others continue to spread the misinformation. Maybe they're just jealous because they can't come out there themselves and help. I don't know. Just because you can't come out and search doesn't mean you can't sit behind the keyboard and discuss the case in a respectful, proper manner. To have true help for the community, even though you're trying to help from a distance. In due time, trust me. I don't know about the other. I'm still going to other communities. I already did this weekend. We were doing work for Riley Strain and the family. I'm still going to other cases. They just effectively made any kind of search efforts unsafe based off of lies and misinformation. And when you are a content creator, it is your duty to fact check. When you are the leader of a community, it is your duty to fact check. Because words, they don't break bones, but damn, they sure do hurt pocketbooks. They don't break bones, but damn, they hurt your pocketbooks.
No, don't need a video. Here we go.
And don't mind the misinformation sheep. Their leaders don't fact check. They're not going to fact check either. That's why we love this community here, because we actually have sleuthing minds and actually do process information. I appreciate y'all. You know how to process.
There, and you can see there's the tip line, okay? But let's go ahead and read some comments in chat. Are there any that you want to read, Insightful One?
There was one I thought we could answer, but now I'm trying to go back and find it.
Yes, the other private investigator is Heather Cohn, yes. And everybody, if you could read some comments in chat, I need to go let my cat in because, you know, the animals rule this house. So I'll be right back.
Right. You know, I know everybody, there's so much, you know, there are things we don't know and everybody wants to know, but what's really important is finding Sebastian and maintaining the integrity of the investigation. And so there's some things that aren't going to be public, aren't privy to, and there's good reason for that. Very good reason for that. Because not everybody understands the way investigations work, but I was fortunate because my father was law enforcement. So I got a firsthand look at that, and I understand it can just be so frustrating. Trish.
I'm sorry, what?
There's somebody backstage.
Okay, hold on.
Yeah.
Hold on. Coming.
And we ask everybody to be respectful to
Yes.
the host and the guests on our show.
No crappy
you.
comments, please, okay?
Right.
No
This is
crappy.
about a missing child.
Right.
And that's all that matters.
And we will always be polite to our guests. Okay, so who do we have here? Who do we have here? I've put you on the platform.
You have me, Chris.
Hi, Chris Proudfoot.
Hello.
I really appreciate you coming here. I'm going to change the banner really quickly so everybody knows it's you. But I don't know how long you've been listening.
Long enough.
Okay, you sound angry. Talk to me.
Oh, I'm very.
Talk to me. We don't want to get you. The last thing we want to do, Chris, is cause problems between you and Seth. I swear to God.
Well,
So
I understand that, but let me help you with something.
Okay.
Okay, a lot of the information that I've been listening to on your show, coming from Chloe, the questions that are coming through people, it's very sickening and disgusting, to be personally honest with you.
Okay, let's talk about it.
So let me go ahead and address a few things and help y'all out.
Okay.
Because Chloe, you're the PI. I haven't had a chance to talk to you. You haven't even called me. You ain't done anything, first off.
Heather has
Heather
been
is the only one. Heather is the only one who has reached out to me or to my wife.
I
So for you
actually
to
reached
sit on
out
this
to
show
you
and sit
a
here
month
and
or
give
so ago.
information that you have, that you don't have all the answers to, is a problem.
Okay, well, Chris, help us understand, because I know Chloe.
Okay, and I mean, hell, listen, we've just experienced what we've experienced with her non-information ass, all right? Let's be honest. He does sound hateful, but look, we just went through it for ourselves with the non-information shit. Not fact-checking. Right? So when he's coming up here saying, yo, why are you speaking on stuff that you don't? Let's be real. We just watched her dodge shit she should have answered for and not know what she should already know. So what he's saying does have some validity to it. Let's be honest. You may not like him. You know what I mean? You may not like him, but let's be honest, people. No problem, man. We just started. Thanks for coming in. What's up, Mishi girl? So his approach, no. But when it comes to what that topic is for that specific question, yeah, you're not fact checking your shit. You're not fact checking your shit. Everybody was putting comments in here a couple minutes ago how she wasn't fact checking. Now Chris says something. Now it's all of a sudden, oh, no, wait a minute. You rewind the live chat a couple minutes ago. She wasn't fact checking, and there's a whole bunch of comments about that, right? It's true. It's what was taking place.
And Chloe wants to help. And the last thing Chloe would do is want to put out misinformation. And the problem is...
I understand that. So let me just...
Oh, would the last thing she want to do not answer the fact that she had SOs assist in the search? Interesting. You want to answer certain questions, but not other ones. And then you... it's the same look you gave when you got first asked the question if SOs were helping with the search efforts. You don't want to answer that, Miss President, do you? Just like this.
Just smash something real quick.
Okay.
Okay, first and foremost, anything that goes on between me and my wife is not a damn bit of anybody's personal business. I don't care what you think. I don't care what y'all got to say. That'd be like me splashing all your business out to the world.
Okay.
Yeah, so answer the question about the SO working for your searches.
Okay.
It does not matter what goes on in my house. We're looking for my son. That's real simple.
Your stepson, right.
It doesn't matter. Stepson, my son. All the kids are treated as if they're your own. There is no title, a stepson, a son. It does not matter. That boy is loved by me just like he is my own. Just like he's my own.
Okay. Chris, may I ask you something?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I've been doing this for a long time, and let me tell you why people are asking personal questions about you and your wife. Okay, it's because of the situation in which Sebastian has gone missing, and they're wondering if whatever happened between you and your wife, does it have something to do with Sebastian going missing? I swear to you, it's not to be nosy. It's not to be rude. It's just trying to figure out what happened to Sebastian. And
okay, so let me make this even crystal clear for you.
Okay.
And everybody out there that's got all these negativity, disgusting comments and questions that y'all think you know anything about, when honestly, you don't know a damn thing. And that's the problem. You assume, you speculate, all this crap. You have no idea what me, my family, my wife, everybody involved is going through, to include Seth, his mom, and everybody else.
Okay.
Because it's the vile, disgusting crap that comes out of people's mouth. Yes, I'm a very pissed off stepfather to this whole situation.
Okay. And I understand, and I hear what you're saying. But again.
So let me help y'all with something.
Okay.
Y'all said some shit that's really, it's really none of your damn business, but since you brought it up, I'm clear it.
Okay.
My parents didn't go to Alaska 2 days after he went missing.
I don't think
Why
anybody
my parents
said
went
that.
to Alaska was because my stepfather went for work.
Okay, nobody said they went 2 days after he went missing.
Oh no,
They
it's
said-
out there. Trust me, because I have.
Okay, I did not say that.
Nobody
I didn't say
said that
you.
here. Okay.
I said people.
Okay.
Now I have terabytes of videos of Seth on here saying some vile stuff. I've got videos of everybody and their comments out here.
But
trust me, what I'm bringing to you is not that I'm just pulling stuff out of the air.
I understand. No. And Chris, I'm glad you cleared that up. That's a
So,
good.
and by the way, they didn't go for a month.
Okay.
They went for 2 weeks. My stepdad went on business. My mom went with him, but it's really nobody's business.
Well, but Chris, let me, and please understand, I swear to God, I'm coming from a place of understanding because I've been doing this for years. Okay. Here's the thing.
And for anybody that didn't watch this already, I'm just going to give you a heads up. It's not our cats. It's not our frogs. It's not any of the jungle animals that are out there prowling. There's no elephants. There's no lions. There's none of it. Okay. It's all their audio. Just, you know, I want to give everybody a heads up so that way. Right. The cat, the frog.
don't have frogs. Yeah.
Right.
No frogs.
I was sitting here watching this episode last night. I kind of, like I said, I was already tired, and I'm sitting here, and half of it I got lost into wondering. I'm sitting here like going through all these different locations in my head, going, where in the hell can this lady be at? You know, I'm like, where in the hell? Where is this lady to have all these animal sounds coming all over the place? All right. So I just want to give you a heads up. It's their cat, their frogs, all that good stuff. It's not here. We're on mute.
When you ask the public for help, they're going to look at everything and try and figure out what happened to Sebastian. And let me tell, from an outsider looking in, it's okay. His parents left town shortly after. Was there a reason? Did they take Sebastian with him? It is speculation that I am sorry it's hurtful to you, and I understand it. And that's why it's important that you clear it up. Just clear it up. Nobody's trying to be hurtful or mean. I promise you, we've all been asked to help find Sebastian. And this is what we do. We try and think outside the box. We try and ask questions and think outside the box and figure out what has gone on.
But
it is
your
not
problem with thinking outside of the box does nothing but cause speculation. And it causes people to call in tips that don't mean anything, that you're taking sources away from the investigation because Joe Schmo down the street thinks that my family owns a cemetery. We own a funeral home. Like, where in the hell do you get up with this stuff?
Okay.
Not you. I'm saying the public.
And so that, Chris, that's why it is great that you're here, because we want to clear this up and help you get it out. And I'm going to tell you something, Chris, when it comes to the general public, they're always going to be calling in crazy tips and doing crappy things. And all we can do is say, that's not us. We are not doing that.
But it doesn't matter, though.
I did want to clear
that
it
does
up.
not matter.
I did
Doesn't matter
want to clear
one
it up,
iota.
Chris. I did reach out to you on March 17th, publicly and privately. You responded to me publicly. You asked me to ask my question publicly. I did. You didn't respond. I reached out to you privately again. So I have reached out to you.
Where in the public? Where?
I reached out to you on Facebook. I reached out to you on Facebook Messenger privately. You've never read my message.
Well, don't take this the wrong way, but a lot of the bullshit that I get in Facebook.
No, that's fine. That's fine. I just want to make it clear
Can I explain to you?
Yeah.
You send me messages along with thousands of other people.
I understand that. And that's why I took it public. And you did respond to me and asked me to ask my question publicly because you wanted whatever answer you were going to give to be public to clear it up.
What was the question that you asked me? Since I neglected your question.
And that's not what I'm saying. That's not what I'm saying. I want to make it clear that I haven't not tried to reach out to you.
Chris, I know you're mad. I can feel it. I can hear it, and I understand it. You've got to believe me when I tell you this. Please, if you can dial it back a bit and get us some of these answers and let us help you clear up this bull so it doesn't interfere anymore. And like I said, you're always going to have crazy people interfering and coming up with rumors, and it's so maddening and frustrating, and I hate it. It pisses me off more than anything, and anybody that knows me knows that.
It pisses you off? You're not in our shoes.
I know.
You haven't been in our shoes.
Okay, well, you don't know that, but but I haven't been in your shoes and missing a child. No, but believe me, I can understand what you're going through, and what I'm saying is we can help you, Chris. We can help you. All right. Anybody here in this chat that asked about a cemetery, it's because somebody else brought it up. Just tell us.
Exactly. And my question comes back to, where do these people come up with this crazy crap?
That's a $1 million question. I don't know.
Yeah, online.
Let's clear it up. Let's clear it up for you. Let us help you.
You're saying, I believe, Chloe, you're saying online. Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm sorry, I said that. There's a lot of
Stacy.
crazy people online, and just to let you know, I understand you get a lot of messages. I reached out to you when Sebastian first went missing too, to see if we could help in any way. Oh.
Yeah, but Chris, I understand your anger, but I'm telling you, please let us help you. Okay, we're not here to point fingers at you or whatever. But the problem is, and this is what we were talking about earlier, Chris, when the public is asked to help and then no information is provided, then people, because of social media, and social media is here to stay, unfortunately, this never used to be a problem, never, until social media. And it's terrible. I will be the first one to admit it's terrible. But let us help you clear it up, okay? So you don't own a cemetery and you don't own a funeral home. Is that right?
Yeah.
Okay. So, okay, everybody stop with that bullshit. All right.
Here, let me add this to the thing. We don't own a private plane. We don't own 78 pieces of property.
Mm-hmm.
We don't own a private yacht. What else do you guys want to come up saying that we own? Like we're millionaires or something, like we've got this money growing off trees, which, by the way, it'd be great if we did, because I guarantee we wouldn't need anybody's help because he'd have been home by now.
Right. No, I understand. No, I completely understand. Okay. But understand, when the public is asked to help with social media, this is what social media does. And it can be your
worst nightmare
or your best friend.
Yes.
And let us help it. And I can give you examples. I can have you talk to people that have said, yes, the people at Web Sleuths, they've helped us. They've been great. Okay. Yes. But hey guys, I understand why Chris is angry, because it's coming 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Horrible crap about him. Okay. And his family. I get the anger. So we're going to help you. The first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to let my cat out before she drives everybody crazy. So I apologize. So hang on. Chloe, is there anything you'd like to say while I let my cat out before she drives me nuts?
I will ask the question. I'll actually read you the message I sent you. This was March 17th. Good afternoon, Chris. I wrote this in a chat you're involved with, but I'm worried it may be lost because there's so much chatter. First, let me say I'm a Tennessee private investigator and have been praying and actively bringing awareness to Sebastian from day one. His case is near and dear to my heart. I had a question. I know Sebastian went to his dad's every other weekend or so. Did you come home on those weekends? Not a specific date, but just in general. Or did Katie come and stay with you? Are you often gone during the week? Just curious about Sebastian's day-to-day dynamic with his parents. And then I messaged you again after I posted that question publicly. You asked me to post it publicly, and I did, and then I wasn't answered. And I said, hey, Chris, just messaging again. So it'll be at the top. I know you said you get a ton of messages.
So, and again, we understand that you get a ton of messages. We absolutely understand that. Is there somebody else in our chat room? I can't see it.
Heather.
Heather, do you want to come up? I guess she does.
I'm here.
Oh, she is? Okay. Oh, hi, Heather. I didn't see you there.
Hi.
Okay.
There was a lot of talk. I didn't really have a chance to say hello.
And this Heather is the other private investigator.
Yeah, I know who Heather is.
Okay. Heather, would you like to say anything?
Well, so I spoke with them earlier today, and obviously, as you know, Mr. Proudfoot did message me and ask for a number so he could come in. And I think that it is past due. I think that it's a good thing for Mr. Proudfoot to address some of the allegations that are being made. I would like to have the opportunity, like I said to him earlier today, it's good for us, Chloe and I, to have access to them, to be able to, when we get this information, instead of having to go around them to other sources to try to get the answers to those questions, to actually be able to come to him for those answers and try to clear them up directly. So I'm glad he's here. I really am. Even though he's
I am
angry,
too. I'm thrilled. I'm
even though
absolutely
he's
thrilled.
angry, I'm glad he's here, and I've spoken to him before, and he's been very upset with me before. But once he calms down, I think maybe we can get somewhere. Maybe we can get somewhere.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's address something real quick with your
Okay.
viewers who say I'm drunk and belligerent. No, I'm just a pissed off dad. So let's get that real clear.
Hey, everybody, mods.
So if you want to keep your comments and that's how your audience wants to play this game,
No.
then no, I'm not going to clear up anything or turn the chat off. If you want to clear this up, let's get it right. And let's take all the stupid people out of this equation and answer the deals.
Okay, Chris, hang on. Mods, if anybody says anything rude about any of our guests, I want you to ban them. Kick them out. Okay?
It's like this. If you ain't got nothing factual about me to say, keep your mouth shut.
Well, okay, but Chris, they don't.
Damn, you see the difference between my response and his? I come out with this. Damn, dude. Like, damn. There's a way to go about it. And yes, for any of the, of course, I had a legal professional help me. I already told you I had a legal team working on things earlier this week throughout the week. So, of course, I'm going to reach out for, the legal okay. I mean, come on, this is a huge deal, y'all. What has been started and continues is huge. This is future damage as well. It's huge, y'all. It's huge. And with the topic at hand, oh boy, it's huge. Times 50.
Don't know if it's factual.
Exactly.
Okay.
So that's the best recommendation I can give them.
Well, but they want to ask questions, and let me tell you why.
Questions are one thing, not a statement where I'm belligerent and I'm drunk, because guess what, folks? I could read the comments that you post.
I know. And I'm telling everybody, if anybody says anything rude, they're booted from chat. Mods, if you could boot them. Stacy, could you get Ping over here to help us? Anybody?
And the other part of this is if it's nothing in regards to Sebastian, I really don't give a shit, people.
No, and I agree, Chris. And I mean, I don't know if you heard, I didn't want to discuss.
Oh, I asked a lot of questions and she wouldn't discuss it. Absolutely.
I think it's semantics at this point. He's been missing for 2 months, and I don't know how his bathroom habits are going to help me find him.
Exactly. Mind you that children with autism do have bladder and bowel movement issues to control themselves. But absolutely. I'm not really worried that people can't read and do their own.
Well, but Chris, let me tell you.
I mean, I'm not going to sit here and care about that either.
Let me tell you why that was brought up. Okay, it's because of what Seth said. Seth said at his house he didn't.
Yes, you are correct. No, you are correct. You just hit the nail on the head.
Mm-hmm.
You just hit the nail on the head. Seth has opened his mouth. He has said a lot of things he probably shouldn't. And he needs to learn how to close it, because quite honestly, none of that has anything to do with finding Sebastian.
Right. And you know what? But Chris, let's keep it that way, because Seth has said he is not going to do that anymore, and he hasn't.
Bullshit. Let me explain to you why. That Sunday when I went to that vigil and spoke to Seth, very calmly, very respectfully, we were having a good conversation while everybody stood behind me and would snap them little pictures and stuff. Heather came up in the conversation. She saw us. It was not a aggressive conversation. It was actually a good one.
Mm-hmm.
But see, it wasn't 3 hours later. Seth was on YouTube on somebody else's show, sitting and he's blaming Katie, my wife, for Sebastian's disappearance. Now,
Mhm.
unless you got cold hard facts, which you don't open your mouth. Because all you're doing is making an ass out of yourself because you're assuming.
Say that everybody is grieving and handling this situation differently. I won't comment on if I agree with any of the ways that people are acting at this point. I do think, in the last week we've been trying to build a bridge. And I know it's difficult and it's not going to be just clean and perfect, but I think if we can all just refocus and try to not focus on the other things people have done that make you angry.
So here, let me explain to y'all something that y'all don't get a chance to see, because unfortunately we're meeting on a very bad circumstance.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, but Seth can contest to this. So Seth comes to Tennessee. He gets his job in the security force. He wants to be law enforcement. He has had a dream of being law enforcement since I have known him.
Okay.
There was a chance for something that came up, and I called him and said, look, I think you should apply for this. I think you'd be great at it, which is the job he currently has.
Okay.
Now, he gets accepted. He's excited. He calls me and says, thank you, man. I really appreciate you helping me. That I have been a supporter and a cheerleader for him this whole time.
Okay.
But y'all don't get to see that. And Seth's not going to tell you that. During the middle of the training, Seth decided one day he wants to call me, tell me he doesn't think he's going to complete it. But I told him, I said, look, you're going to sit there and you're going to go back in there and you're going to complete this training because your son thinks you hang the moon and the sun. So you need to go in there and prove to your son that dreams and goals can be met.
Mm-hmm.
I have been very, very supportive of him trying to do these things. I have told him on Sunday, I supported him then, I would support him now. But I will not stand by and watch somebody be straight up disrespectful and accuse people and say things that have absolutely no bearing. Absolutely nothing.
Okay. Well, again, I just, if I could just step in.
I mean, Chris, I would love for us to refocus and talk about not necessarily the investigation that we can't talk about, but what has been done, what you understand about dog tracks, what you understand about the circumstances. We could go on and on all night, and I know we have a lot of really big feelings that are valid. But I think Heather would agree. We would just really love to redirect this back to Sebastian, because the anger doesn't solve anything.
It's not truly all anger. It's disappointment.
No, and I'm not saying that. And I mean, I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm just saying, at this point, it's just
not helping find Sebastian.
Yeah, and it's like an energy vampire, and we're all tired. And I mean, I can't imagine how tired you are. I know how tired I am. So I would love to redirect back to what you know and what you think.
And then I have some questions that I hope you can answer that will help clear things up.
I'll answer questions unless it's something I have been told by law enforcement that I cannot answer. I've said that from day one, and I'm telling you now, it has not changed. So ask your questions.
Did you pass the polygraph?
Yes, I sure did, with flying colors.
And it was TBI that gave it to you?
Yes, TBI gave it to me along with another agency.
Okay.
No, that was kept quiet because it's nobody. We kept it all quiet.
Well, no, I mean, I think it's great that you're telling us now.
Right. And, Seth knew about it the day on that Tuesday when I took it and passed it. They called and told him that I passed it.
And okay. Well, maybe he was told he couldn't say anything.
No, he was told he could say something. They told him so he would try to keep his rhetoric down. That's why they told him. And I have the text message where they asked me if they could tell him. And I said, I have listened to y'all from the beginning. I'm listening to you now. So please do what you feel is best.
Okay. So you passed the polygraph with flying colors. Let me ask you this. People in chat are asking, did you tear down any posters of Sebastian, you or anyone you know?
That is a straight up no. And I can't believe people would think I would tear down flyers or posters of my missing stepson.
Okay,
which,
but again,
you know, another thing
And
which
I
is kind
will-
of funny that you bring this up, because some people, and yes, they are pertinent to the investigation, have said that there's a video floating around of me tearing.
Right. That's why somebody got mad at me, because they told me some stuff that had nothing to do with what, we didn't know about the investigation. I was not asking questions about the investigation. I was asking questions about the searches, and when I was approached and somebody said that information, I continued to ask questions about my search. That's why somebody got mad at me and was saying, oh, well, he should have put it on mute. Well, I never asked you a damn question for me to put it on mute in the first place. Right? I never asked you a question to put it on mute in the first place. If I would have asked you a question, I would have put it on mute, because anybody can see during any of my searches, if there's information, there's a mute and there's a camera cover. We do that with information that we know that we are going to discuss. So when I'm out there on my search, somebody approaches me in my bubble and then just gives me information when I didn't even ask. Okay. But do you see what happens here? You see why this person then again it was CJ, he was supposed to mute it. No. Because even when you told me that shit, I went right to my next question about the search. That's why the tape speaks for itself. Because you can go back to that show and you can see me doing my searches and you can see, hey, CJ, huh?
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden, bleh, and I'm like, okay, well, where else do you want me to search? The proof is there.
Straight to the point. Yeah.
Right. And I'm not there to find out. Listen, I'm not an investigator. Okay. I'm not there to find out the information that nobody knows. You know what I mean? That's not what I'm doing. I'm there to do the searches for the people that I'm looking for. So even if I do come across something, we do what we're supposed to do. It's not my fault somebody comes up to me and says, hey, blah, 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 and what he's saying, they're pertinent to the investigation. I mean, you know who it was. Did I ask for the proof? Did I say, can I see the video? Did I say any of that? No. I said, where else do you want me to search since I'm already here? It's about the search. So with this information, yeah, maybe that's what pissed him off about me. I don't know.
Maybe.
I don't know why he's mad. I'd like to sit down and talk to him sometime, honestly, because I've wanted to ever since he came out with that post about how he heard from other people that I was going to go out on his property. Bro, you can go look at the tape. You can see the tape. I don't discuss that. In fact, when people are saying, hey, you should go through here, I say no. That's private property and I need information, or I need permission. In the same show, multiple areas, no trespassing. No, I can't go in there. No, I need permission. The tape is there. That's the proof right there.
These things down. If you got it, post it. Because
I
if you
agree.
ain't got it, shut up.
And I mean, I'll say on record from myself, I've never seen
Thank
that.
you, Debbie.
And I
Exactly.
also wanna
Because
say-
it doesn't exist.
I'm sure it doesn't.
And I want to say on record that in my conversation earlier with Chris and Katie Katie said she had one request of me, and that was that when I do these interviews, that I, at some point in the interview, remind people to hand out the flyers and put them up everywhere.
Please, all we're begging. I don't know how to beg you even more. I don't know what it's going to take for America, the world, whoever to understand. We are begging you to hang posters, talk to whomever, spread the words, keep your eyes open. And when you find something, don't wait 2 weeks to make a report. Because let me tell you something, that's what's been going on. Some of the leads that are coming in are 2 and 3 weeks old.
Why do you
Instead
think
of
that
when
is?
you see something, you pick up the phone immediately and you call the cops.
Yeah.
Don't call your best friend and say, hey, I think I've seen this kid. Don't call these investigators. No offense, Chloe and Heather. You don't call them first. You don't call Seth. You don't call anybody but law enforcement only, and make your report immediately.
I will say, you know, we've received tips that maybe haven't been called into law enforcement, but we call them in. And we also received tips that have been called into law enforcement, but the person that called the tip in didn't get any feedback when they were told they were going to be called back. And so they were worried that maybe it didn't get looked into enough. So I don't want you to think
for the record,
passing
right.
tips
So
to law
for the record, I think what folks need to understand, because no, y'all don't have all the information that Katie and I and some of the information that Seth has. You don't. And I understand that. And I'm sorry that we can't give you every single thing under the sun. I wished we truly could. But unfortunately we can't.
Right.
But when you do make a report and you give them a name and a number, you tell them the location, you tell them a very detailed description and everything. You don't expect to get a call back from law enforcement, period. Don't. Because I'm sorry, but they don't have the time to stop and answer every single call back when they're looking for missing children. Not just ours, but there's so many children out there that are missing.
Right.
So I'm sorry that some of y'all feel that you deserve an answer, but it's not. And I'm sorry, it's just going to sound rude when I say this, but you don't deserve an answer. You'll get the answer when we get the answer. The family gets the answer on a missing boy, not strangers. They're not calling y'all to tell you.
Chris, this is what I have to tell when I talk to law enforcement, and it's difficult to accept, and I still have trouble with it too. This is the way it is. I'm not saying it's right. I'm not saying it's wrong. But again, when you ask the public for help, people are going to start looking, and they look at the last place that Sebastian was known to be. And then it just goes from there. And I'm sorry, it shouldn't, but that's how it does. And we can clear a lot up tonight. And I'm so
let's
glad.
do this.
Okay, BW says, Chris, are you frustrated with law enforcement, or do you feel like you're getting adequate information from them?
I'm not upset with law enforcement. I'm going to tell you right now, the agencies that are involved have thrown every asset that they have at this. What people don't understand, this has actually probably been one of the largest searches for a missing child in Sumner County history, period, and probably in the state, with the number of assets. Do I think they're doing everything they can? You bet your sweet tail I am. You can bet on it. I don't think, just short of making everybody in this United States go hand in hand, start on one side of the country and sweep through hand in hand, that's probably about, I don't know what else to tell you. I'm very happy with what they've done. I know there are some other folks that don't feel that way, and I'm sorry because they are not in the know. But you do have to remember one thing. They're not going to expend every single asset, every single minute of the day on one child.
Of course.
You have to keep in mind how many children are missing, and it has to be equally dissolved among everybody. And I'm not going to lie to you. It hurt. It hurt the day that they came in on day 8 and told us that they have to pull back. It ain't nothing. There was more of a gut punch to take than being told that. I mean, it
I can imagine. That's because you're not expecting them to say that. You're not expecting them to say, yeah, we're going to pull back. And
8 days later, though, I don't know. They were out there searching multiple times. They've been out there searching multiple times. Hell, when we first went out there, community was telling us that they've been out there a few times doing searches. So maybe at first they were doing like a huge, heavy. I mean, we saw the last search that they did recently. That was like, what, a few weeks ago, where they had like all of those agencies out there. I mean, it's huge. It was right by the Proudfoot's mom and stepdad's home. Right after Seth found those glasses.
Yeah.
Those eyeglasses. They had that huge search out there. I mean, I was shocked when we saw the video. I was shocked at the amount of number of different agencies and how many. I was just like, wow, it was more than I ever expected. So maybe after the 8th day, they stopped the huge agencies and kind of focused on going out to different directions or something like that.
Yeah.
I don't know. I'm not the PI, so I don't know what the exact the exact timeline is there. Wonder if the PI does. Who's this lady up here in the middle? Does anybody know? This is the first time I've ever watched them. I just subbed last night when we were going over the episode over at Brittany's show.
Me too. Yeah.
Huh?
No, I just said me too. I have no idea.
Yeah, I don't know. Does anybody know? Like, I know Chloe's in the top right now. Chris is in. Is that him in the bottom left? No, he's the one that doesn't have an icon. Does anybody know like who the lady in the middle and then the person on the bottom left is?
Well, one of them is Heather, but I don't know which one because I know Heather did arrive.
Heather?
Yeah, the other PI.
Yeah, I know CP is down bottom right, and I know Chloe is top right. I know the host is top left. I don't know who the middle lady is or the person on the bottom left. Heather is the bottom left. Who's Heather? Is that the other PI?
Yeah.
The other PI? Okay.
Yeah.
And who's
Heather
the lady
Chloe.
at the middle? The middle top.
That I don't know.
That Heather and the other, maybe the webs. Oh, so it's like their group. I don't know. I just subbed to him last night when I was on Brittany's show. Shout out to her. Dropped her link there for you guys if you're not subbed. Yeah, I didn't even know. I never checked out. I never even knew about this channel until last night when we were watching it, and I was like, "Holy crap, this is crazy!" We got into like the middle of it or something, so I never did get to see the beginning. I'm glad we checked it out because that was pretty eye-opening too.
Very.
Very eye-opening. I talked to a mom that didn't search for her daughter due to Ellie saying not to search. She stated that Ellie does not want a parent to be the one to. That makes sense. I mean, it makes sense. You know, I get it. Yeah, I was just curious who they were.
Put less.
I do expect that, but here's the thing. I'm also a realistic person.
Mm-hmm.
I would love for them to expend every aspect and every asset of every single second of the day finding Sebastian. That's not realistic.
Yeah.
It's
I
not.
understand. I want to read you a comment, and, I like this comment from Brittany Cole. It says, sometimes you have to block out the noise, Chris. The public will do what they do, and that's the truth. A lot of us are just trying to offer help. It's the bad ones that you remember, and not all the much bigger crowd of good people who are not doing this.
And I mean, weeks ago, somebody asked me what I thought, and I had some information from court documents that could have been a lot of quote unquote tea for the internet to have. And I refused to release it because
Court documents on, let me ask you this, on who? Me, Seth, Katie? Okay.
I refused to release it because, number one, I didn't think it would help find Sebastian. Number two, it was a deeply personal thing. And also,
when she was young?
Yes.
Okay, so let me
finish, and I referred to the Michael Vaughn case, where his parents got completely slaughtered.
Yes, they
By
did.
the public for a very long time. And they didn't do anything to that boy. I do not believe.
They didn't.
Now they have proof. But they just got slaughtered. And if people can say without a shadow of a doubt that they just know what somebody did, and they don't. Well, if you know, take it to the police and let's solve this.
Yeah. Tell all the Sherlock Holmes and Watsons out there, since they have their PhDs in criminal justice and forensics and all this, since they've got it, by all means, we welcome you to the case. We welcome you to come in here and show us and show these law enforcement officers that have so many years of experience that they don't know anything. We'd love for you to do it.
Chris, this isn't helping.
I know it's not helping, but this goes back to what's being asked.
Let's get people on your side, and then we can all work together. Because I know
that's just the thing. This isn't about sides. This is not about sides.
Exactly, and that's
This is about Sebastian.
It is. But if we're not,
I'm Team Sebastian. I was brought in to do one thing.
Same.
Okay, guys, let me just say, coming from the other side, you want the public's help. You need the public's help. Let's not insult the public. There are asses out there. And believe me, we fight against them all the time, don't we, Stacy? Constantly. These jerks out there that pull all this crap just to get clicks. We don't.
Hello. And look what they've done. Like she's saying, you got people out here that are doing this shit to us, our community, when we're just trying to be out there searching. Right? She's straight up 100%. Look at what you asses did to search efforts for Sebastian. Look at what you did. And not only Sebastian, but future communities as well, and also other communities that I was working with in the background. It's a bunch of dumb shit. And then you still have their misinfo sheep coming in here. I don't know how to put my left leg in front of the white one to walk. Oh, shit. Is it left, right, right, left? I don't know. I got to wait for the leader to tell me what foot I need to put in front of the other one to actually walk.
This goes back to what's being asked.
Let's get people on your side, and then we can all work together. Because I know
that's just the thing. This isn't about sides. This is not about sides.
Exactly, and that's
not.
What we're
this is
trying
about
to do.
Sebastian.
It is. But if we're not,
I'm Team Sebastian. I was brought in to do one thing.
Same.
Okay, guys, let me just say, coming from the other side, you want the public's help. You need the public's help. Let's not insult the public. There are asses out there.
See what
and
they
believe
did?
me, we fight against them all the time, don't we, Stacy? Constantly. These jerks out there that pull all this crap just to get clicks. We don't have advertising on this channel. We don't ask for money. We do it because we want to help. but it doesn't help.
So can I ask you a question on your show?
Yes.
I'm gonna ask you the same question I ask everybody else when we went on their shows. So I'm on your show and I'm sure it is blown up. So the more people that come on, the more money this show makes.
No, I make no money.
We don't make money. We're not monetized.
Zero money.
It's not monetized.
And we
You're
don't
not a
take
monetary
donations.
show.
No, they don't monetize.
No.
We do not
No.
monetize.
Okay.
We do not monetize. It costs me money to do this.
Yeah, and
Web
Chris,
sleuth
So
is a
the reason why I asked
show I
that,
will go on.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's completely free,
Well,
and the website is as well.
No
right.
advertising.
So the
on our
reason
website,
why I'm asking that question, okay,
Mhm.
is because if people are true to what they say in their heart, especially those, and they know who I'm talking about, the clickers,
Yeah.
the shows that make this money.
Yep.
I would love for you to make a public announcement for every dollar you've made. If you truly do this for the goodness of your heart, every dollar that you have made, you should donate it to the cause, not to.
That's what we're doing. We're donating it to me being able to get there, maintenance, fucking gear, effort, everything. That's what it is. I don't go on these streams like others and say, "Hey, I need a Cash App. I need a Venmo to go out there and do my searches." I don't do that. I give you the 150%, and then because I want you to know what your support goes to support. I don't sit there and start my shows, "Hey guys, I need a Cash App and a Venmo so I can go out there." No, my ass is already going out there. And if the community wants to support, they do the support that helps me be able to go to these other, not only other communities, but the same community every single day. 3-hour freaking drive for a month and a half, one way, there and back, every single damn day. Out there when I had an injury to my toe from another case. Out there when I'm getting only an hour and a half of sleep some nights. Out there every single damn day, and some days in between, you gotta have a freaking break when you're only getting 2 hours of sleep because you're driving 7 to 8 hours a day, while also being out there searching all day. So there's a difference. There's shows that sit there and say, "I need you to go do something." No. There's shows that sit there and hide behind this. What are they? When you see me and you see me out there doing what I'm doing, you can go to any of my shows. I never once said, "Hey guys, I need this to go do this." No, every one of my shows, I say, "Thank you so much for your contribution." That's why I call it a contribution. That's why when there is a contribution, there's a contribution call out, because I don't even look at it like a donation. I look at it as you are contributing to us being able to help these communities. The recycle of love, the recycle of community support. Do I have a home? Yes, I do. Do I have gas, electric, internet, all those other things that other people do? Yes, I do. Do I also have expenses that are occurred when I'm going to help these places? Yes, I do. I have no free time to do anything outside of the social when it comes to this show. The show is when I wake up and when I go to bed. That's me. You see it. I don't mind, because to me, it's about other people. I could give a shit about what I'm enjoying in my life personally, because it's about helping these other people that don't get to enjoy those things. So I don't mind waking up and going to bed, and it's work, travel, search, cover, whatever it is. When it comes to the efforts, hello? I don't stay at hotels to try and make sure that your support and your contributions are used the most effective way possible. Could I be chilling at a hotel? Of course I could. But the reason that I make these drives up and back and do everything I do is because I can take that money that I would have used being comfortable at a hotel. Instead, I'll drive 7 hours just to make sure that I could take that $200 for a little bit of sleep at a hotel and transfer that into more of contribution when it comes to being available and being able to have the opportunity to go do these searches and to go help. Does it cost me in the long run? Yes, it's more costly in the long run because that's more maintenance in the future that's going to be coming. But to me, listen, I'm thinking about right now. I want to make sure that the contribution is used the most effective way possible, regardless of that future. There's a difference. That's why whenever you come to here and you see, I want you to understand, no, this isn't some bullshit where I'm sitting here on this. Hey, yeah, I did some searching. Or, hey, look. No, I'm out there. JLR, shout out JLR. JLR even called them marathon streams. That's what they are. Marathon searches. There is a difference. There is a difference. And it's what a shame that these people out there spreading the misinfo, slander, and defamation made it an unsafe environment for me to be able to do the effective searches that I was doing and I was going to do in Hendersonville. Because if you're a neighbor and you see somebody out there you don't know doing searches for a missing child, and you hear some shit from another channel that they're supposedly promoting SOs, what are you going to do to that person in your neighborhood, people? It's sad. They effectively ruined any kind of safe search environment for me to be able to effectively search in that community. And who knows how many more in the future, because of words that are based off of no basis, no fact, no merit, no receipt. That's why I love this community here, because I know y'all are at least gonna check to see what foot goes in front of the other one when you're walking, yo. That's why they make cooking shows on YouTube. Learn how to fuck up a taco. Don't fuck up some other community's chance at truth and justice. Fuck up a taco.
Your personal gain.
Right.
Well, yeah, we don't, like I said, we make zero money. It costs us money to
And
do
I
it.
appreciate it and I respect that. Thank y'all ladies for that. I will give you that.
So, but no, I understand what you're saying. But again,
and I would like to talk to Chris sometime for real. It doesn't even have to be on a show. It doesn't even have to be none of that. I want to talk to you sometime about some real shit, man.
and it's just like with, Nancy Grace
Some real
or
shit.
with news media. They report the news. Unfortunately, this is social media. And I agree. There's people out there, and I'm not going to even say their names, but they know who they are. They do this crap to get clickbait so they can make more money, and it's disgusting. Absolutely.
Oh, very much
disgusting.
so. Very much so.
And
Yeah, like ruin our reputation in communities and to other people around for their financial gain. For their financial gain. It's sad. Shouldn't even have a show. Because you're not helping any community. And you're not helping the true crime community either.
want to add something to that. Like I told Chris earlier, everybody that's involved in this case is under a microscope. I've been ripped to shreds. They've been ripped to shreds. Seth has been ripped to shreds. I mean, like the public gets a hold of somebody in the spotlight and they dig into them and they pull up anything that they can about them. And some of it's true and some of it's not. It doesn't help find Sebastian. And that's where we all need to get on the same page and regroup and just make the decision right here, right now, to ignore the rumors, to clear up misinformation, and just to get on track so that we can start trying to find Sebastian.
Now,
right. If we can keep parties involved in this investigation focused on that and staying off of YouTube and other aspects of social media and playing the game, okay?
Yes.
I'm sure we would all benefit greatly, and this would completely change narratives and the direction, and it would straight focus completely on Sebastian.
Well, let's do this. This podcast or Web Sleuths podcast that we're on right now, we can make a pact right now. That's what we're doing right here, right?
But here's the other thing. I appreciate you willing to make that pact, but you know exactly who I'm referring to. That needs to be done publicly as well then.
Well, all we can do is what we can do here tonight. So, but Chris, there's a couple of questions, and then there is somebody. There is somebody that wants to come on the panel, and I don't know if you want them on here, but I'll ask. Well, let me ask you these questions first, okay? Everybody wants to know, what do you think happened to Sebastian? What do you think happened?
I don't know. For the love of God, I wished I had an answer. I wished we had something to go off of,
So
but we
Chris,
don't.
I asked Seth this a few weeks ago, and so just no thought.
I'm gonna hear you out.
In your gut, spit it out. Doesn't matter if it sounds completely off the wall. What is your knee-jerk reaction to what happened?
Well, Crystal, when people just think about it like this, Crystal. Say you're out in your yard and you see somebody in your neighborhood that you think promotes that kind of shit. What are you going to do, Crystal? You got to think about it. Like, what if you saw somebody out there in your neighborhood doing a search and you thought that information about that person out there doing the search, how would you feel, Crystal? Would you want them in your neighborhood? Would you want them even coming up to your door? Would you want them even asking you if they could have your permission to search your neighborhood? Think about it. So when it comes to shouldn't worry about what other people think, when you're trying to work with the community, and the community might think that already because the person that was spreading that information was also discussing that missing child's case at the same time, so it brought attention to both. What would you do to that neighbor? And that's the only question you have to ask. Because if you wouldn't do what was right for your child or your neighborhood in that situation, you have to question your own. It's that simple. So when it comes to the danger out there, that's the danger. And it's very easy to understand what that danger is for me, because all you have to do is put yourself in that situation of being one of those neighbors. What would you do? Would you want them searching in your neighborhood? Would you do everything you could to have them leave? Some people might go overboard, right? Because you're not being labeled a supporter of somebody killing somebody. You're being labeled a supporter of somebody of that particular crime, yo. It is very dangerous for anybody that's out there searching that has that false information, slander, and defamation put out against them, because all you have to do is put yourself and be that neighbor yourself. And if you wouldn't do what you should be doing, then you got to question your own. Because I know if somebody was in my neighborhood and they were walking around my neighborhood and I thought that of them, don't you think that I would try and get them removed from the neighborhood? Come on now. It's not hard.
Sebastian walked out of the house,
A lot of damage.
stepped off the porch, and has vanished into thin air.
They've ruined
That is what I think, because that is what I know.
But what do you mean you know?
I've been part of the investigation since day one.
Okay.
And if anybody else out there that's got some information in regards to where Sebastian has went, because last time I
Right,
checked,
but
there's
are
not
you
one shred of
confirming that you know
evidence.
he walked off the porch is what I'm asking.
I'm telling you, unless this kid is just in the thin air on my front porch, he sure had to go somewhere, so he had to walk off the front porch. Now, if you're trying to insinuate somebody was in my house or
No, I'm
somebody's
not
taking that
insinuating
child outside of
anything.
my house,
No,
say
I'm not
that.
insinuating anything. I'm asking, do you know that he walked out your front door? Do you know?
That he went out the front door?
Or any door?
Is that what you're asking?
Do you know?
Yeah, that's what we're asking.
Okay. Thank you. I just need a confirmation. I don't play games here.
Wow. Thank you. I just needed confirmation. I don't play games here. This is the interesting part, is the whole porch. You've heard window, you've heard the footprint outside the bedroom window. He had to have walked out the bedroom window. When I'm going off of a new map that I was making, that I was going to be doing my next part of my searches, it was, how did he walk out of the house and leave the house without being caught on surveillance, based on everything that we, kind of concluded with the neighborhood. And so that led to the back door. Okay, because if you're not going to be caught on surveillance, then it would have to have been from the back door, because you would think you'd be caught going out the front window, or even the garage door. So then it went from the bedroom window to maybe the back door to now the porch, front door. But the thing is now I was out there searching and traveling and all that stuff, which doesn't allow me to be out here in the YouTube stratosphere here when it comes to watching or getting caught up on a lot of the videos or the conversations out there. But this is the first time last night where I heard porch. And when you listen to him discuss it, he talks about how all the doors were locked, which is okay. Well, then did you lock him out? Like, there wasn't a door that was unlocked, right? So he never says the front door was unlocked. He just discusses the front door being the most viable option when it comes to what he thinks took place. Why wouldn't they say what door was unlocked? Because that gives you the definitive direction of where someone left.
Yeah.
He doesn't answer that. And I don't know of any information. All I've heard in the beginning was the window and the supposed footprint outside of the window, or bump in, the landscaping, or, whatever.
Yeah. I don't know. This is also the first I've heard of the porch. I think they might have mentioned something about it in the beginning of this.
Maybe they did.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember now, because I listened to the beginning earlier. I'll see if I can find it again. Just trying to remember. Sorry.
Yeah, no, you're good. Because, I mean, like I said, maybe we did. I don't know. But when I was sitting here watching it last night on Brittany's channel, to me, I was like, wait a minute. I don't remember hearing porch.
Yeah,
And
so
then,
sorry. Yes, no, I mean, like in the first hour when it was just her, just Chloe. I think that I remember hearing something about that from when I listened, like from the beginning earlier. So I'm
well,
gonna, I'll.
I knew that I knew that he knew the door code. He knew the door code to the front door, not the garage door. That's what I remember. I didn't, because to me, for some reason, I thought it was always the bedroom window. And to me, that's why I was like, when we went over there a month ago to get that, that's when I was like, I don't see how he could even left out the front door, let alone the window. So that's when I started looking at the theories of him leaving out the back.
Yeah.
So I never heard anything about yeah, that's what I was thinking. Like, I
Mm.
know he had the code to the front door, because I think that's the only one he knew, right? Was the code to the front, and that was
And
it.
not the garage. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. The way he answers it though is real interesting, because when I heard it at first, I was like, wow, he keeps saying porch, porch, porch. And then he explains it. And it's almost like he's setting up, he's like, maybe that is because we don't know the conversations that they've had with the investigators, right?
Yeah.
So maybe that is what was stated when they were first interviewed, when it came to the possibilities of where he could have went or how he could have went. And maybe they stated that all the doors were locked, or which one maybe wasn't. Maybe it wasn't locked. And that's why he keeps saying that, well, the other, I don't know. You have to listen to his words, but it's like he doesn't answer. Because to me, you know what I mean? If it's that late at night, it's a school night, uh, you're probably going to have all your doors locked, especially if you live in a neighborhood that's not lit up very good. Okay. You're probably going to have all your doors locked. And so if somebody did leave, maybe they did lock the door behind them. I don't know. Because with the the keypad doors, you're not hitting the code to lock it. You're hitting the button to lock it. It's just one button. You just hit and it locks it. But why would somebody think that it's the front door in general? Because what? There's locks, like you can't, because the keypad locks that I know that I use, when you're like coming from the inside out, you don't need to hit the code to get out the door.
Yeah.
You just unlock it and walk out and hit the lock button. I mean, you don't need to know the keys. So when it comes to the other doors being locked, I get it. I'm sure they were. But why are you excluding the back door? Why are you excluding the garage? Why are you excluding these other paths? And you're so focused on it being the front door, because anybody that's inside the house can literally unlock it, walk out, hit the button, and you lock it, even if you don't know the code. Or even a window. Yeah. Or even a window. Now, you can't lock the window after you leave. The window is going to stay unlocked. So then, why again are you excluding? You know what I'm saying? Why are we excluding all these other, as it being no, it's got to be the front door, when there's so many other avenues you can lock a door when you leave it, so you can, it won't be known what door you left if you lock lock it behind yourself. But a window, for sure, you can't lock a window after you go outside of it. So why the focus on the front door? So to me, I would think, based off his answer about the focus being on the front door, I would assume that the bedroom window was locked. Because if
Yeah.
the bedroom window wasn't locked, then you wouldn't be so focused on the front door being the main possibility. You would
Exactly.
have the focus on the window because the window's unlocked. So now
Mhm.
it makes me wonder, Okay, what about the story that we've been hearing this whole time about going out the window and there being some kind of mark outside of that window to make somebody think that he walked out of the window for that to be the initial story? This doesn't make sense. Doesn't make sense. But we're gonna, I mean, it's a good explanation, but then again, you can walk outside from inside without knowing the code.
So just to make this real crystal clear,
there's
a back door. Every door in the house when Katie got up that morning was locked.
Okay.
Since it's already out there, there's a keypad on the front door. You don't need a key to unlock and lock my front door.
Mm-hmm.
But you need a key to lock every other door. And every other door was locked, folks.
So
Did Katie do that?
Do
He
what?
walk out? Did Katie make sure all the other doors were locked? And could have Sebastian just walked out? Could he have walked out the front door?
Every door was locked.
So what you're saying is that the only possibility is the front door. Is that what you're saying?
I am saying the most conceivable way possible that this makes sense is that he walked out the front door.
Okay.
That's what I'm saying.
Okay.
Did he walk out without his shoes on? Is that what you believe?
My statement earlier is real simple. Sebastian walked out of the house not wearing any shoes.
Could he have been running and scared of something?
Don't know. He could. It's a young boy. It's dark outside. God only knows.
Now, there is somebody that has been asking to come on, and Gray Hughes, he would like to talk to you. Would you like
You can
him
bring that. You can bring that man on board because I've talked to him. I respect him, and I will talk to him.
Gray, I just sent you the Facebook link, so jump on up. Okay, Gray? I just sent it to your Facebook. So he'll be jumping on here shortly. Stacy, can you keep an eye out because I can't see because of my stupid computer.
Hey,
Okay.
in the meantime, I would like to, since Chris is here and this has become very public, I would like to mention something that we spoke about earlier. Chris and Katie did actually confirm that the clothes that he was wearing at Texas Roadhouse that night were accounted for. And I believe they were the articles of clothing that were used for the scent dog. Am I correct when I say that, Chris?
Yes, those clothes are in the possession of law enforcement.
Great. And so do we know what Sebastian was wearing when he left?
From the house that night?
Yes.
The description is still the same. It hasn't changed from 60 days ago. However, I will say this much. Some of the information that's out on some of these posters and flyers, we have actually requested to have some of that changed, but it hasn't happened. So I'll walk you through what the description actually should be. Sebastian was wearing long black pants. Think of the 1970s style Adidas style pants. You know, had that white stripes down the side. That style of pants on. He had a long sleeve shirt, not a sweatshirt, not a hoodie, a long sleeve shirt. On the front of that shirt is probably one of three depictions: Halloween, Star Wars, or Minecraft.
Okay.
Chris, I know that Sebastian didn't have very many pairs of shoes because his feet were growing, and Katie would toss them out pretty quickly after he grew out of them. But is there a reason we can't confirm which shirt if it's just one of three?
I didn't say one of three. I said one of three.
And I'm going to skip this a couple minutes because it was just a bunch of confusion that I didn't understand where it came from. He was talking about he had a lot of shirts that had those three emblems on it. It's not hard to figure out.
Likely he had a shirt that had one of those things on, but there's not just three of those shirts.
I'm telling you that he had a long sleeve shirt on with one of the three depictions on it. That's it.
Okay.
I'm not telling you any more shirts. I'm not telling. So I know what you're asking.
I'm just trying to understand.
I understand that, but you're asking me if he had three different long sleeve shirts with three different depictions on it. And
No, I
I'm
think I
telling
understand
you,
what you're explaining. Like, so Sebastian had multiple shirts that had a Minecraft graphic on it. Sebastian had multiple shirts that had Halloween. Sebastian had multiple shirts that had Star Wars. I guess maybe several of them were long sleeve and black. So you can't identify.
Here, let's just make this very simple.
Okay.
He had a long sleeve black shirt on with a picture on the front of it. There
Okay.
you go.
And that obviously is what you got from Katie, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Everybody, Gray Hughes is here, and people are saying, why is Gray here? I will tell you, Gray, I consider Gray someone that I like. Gray helped me in the beginning. When I started this, he was very kind to me. I know it's a shock, but he was very sweet.
Shock.
I asked, he knows I'm kidding him. And I asked Chris, is it okay if Gray Hughes comes up? And Chris said yes. So Gray, I'm going to turn it over to you now, please, sir.
Yeah, I just want to say I've talked to Chris, and you know, the way he's sounding right now is exactly how I think I would sound, or anybody else would sound, given the attacks being leveled. When I talked to him on the phone, we talked on the phone. We've messaged back and forth, but you know, we talked for like an hour one time, and literally went over detail by detail on where the light video was taken. You know, the flashlights. You know. Exactly where that was filmed. We went over where the dog scented and all, and I kept sending him the map, and he would show me the route and everything. And it was like, to me, he seems like somebody who's literally out there trying to figure something out. I know my opinion isn't like all the rest of the people out there. I mean, I've never seen anything like this. It kind of reminds me of like remember the Chloe, was it Chloe? Yeah, Chloe Smith in Australia. The two parents that were sitting there, and they just didn't look quite right, and everybody blamed them for the abduction out of a tent. And it turns out it was literally somebody abducted the child out of the tent.
Right.
I mean, there's just so many cases like this, and all I'm saying is, when I've talked to Chris Proudfoot, I have never seen anything that he said in any of the interviews where I went, wow. This guy, wow, he must have something to do with it. I actually look at him and think, man, I would feel the same way if from day one the entire community hated me and I never got the same love that Seth got. Seth was absolutely admired by everybody like he was God or something.
Let me explain why. And I agree. I think that's exactly how you would sound, Gray. There's no question. But let me explain why, okay? Again, social media is here to stay. We need to learn this. When anybody comes on and they are aggressive and insulting, it blows up like wildfire. And you're asking public for help, but you are condemning the public because of a handful of jerks. And that causes problems. I haven't
Well, for the record, ma'am, I have not in the past gone onto a show and been a jerk and ridiculed the public and said a bunch of hateful things and inappropriate things. I have not done that. So I'm sorry that folks are upset that day one, Katie and I were not on TV or on YouTube expressing everything. Well, you say that, but as you said, social media is here to stay.
Absolutely.
So with that being in mind, you're one, and there are millions out there that think otherwise.
I would never expect you to come on.
But I think the way he was just talking a minute ago, to me, it sounded normal, given the fact that the 90% of the chat is just trashing him.
No, that's not true. That is not true. We are kicking the people out.
I can see it right now. No, I know you're kicking him out, but I keep seeing comment after comment after comment after comment that are really suspicious and like,
yeah,
oh,
great. Just close the chat. I'm not even.
Yeah, like you had somebody in the chat that literally asked the question: was Katie arrested at 19 for an incident? Like, I'm sorry, but once again, this goes right back to none of that has anything to do with Sebastian.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not trying to create anything.
I know you're not, Gray.
I'm just trying to say that I absolutely understand how he's feeling, and I know out there they go, "Oh, look, he's soothing He's soothing Chris's ego. I listen, I've talked to him late night on a phone. He's just a normal dude trying to figure something out. That's how he sounds like. Now he's on here with I've seen him on shows. Remember at the beginning, him and his wife would go on shows and they were totally calm, talking, and they were normal, but everybody dissected every single word that they said, and everybody came up with a negative meaning for every single thing they
let
said.
me tell you what happened. I can explain now. Let me tell you. Chris, when you went on and talked about hitting Sebastian with a belt and kind of, just chuckling about it and how the social services or child protective services came to your door and apologized to you, that got people upset. It got people.
Right. Let's clear that real quick.
Okay.
That needs to be cleared up because what was said and what people heard are two totally different things.
I heard you say you hit him with a belt.
Okay, so let me finish because that's the problem. When I go to make the statement, people want to interrupt and try to say, well, this and that. No. You wanted the answer. I'm giving you the answer. Now, when I answered that question, I told people Sebastian got a spanking. He got one lick on his butt outside of his clothes. If somebody can tell me how that's abuse to a child, explain to me.
Can you confirm when that happened?
That was years ago.
I got spanked by a belt. And
yeah, does anybody remember the word lick when it came to punishment? If you've heard that word and that term used when it came to punishment, you know exactly what the hell I'm talking about. Just think about it. Just think. If you heard the word lick from somebody, I used to hear the word from a stepdad. And I know what came with that word too. That's interesting. When I heard that word last night, I was like, wow. He only got one lick. Really? That sounds like the stepdad that I got the lickings from. Downplay that shit. Downplaying it. Right? Yeah, you guys know what I'm talking about.
I haven't heard that word.
Yeah. Yeah, they put power, yeah, right, Sam? It's a fear word. It's a yeah. Right, Vicky. Let me make this crystal clear. You can't talk to a log. I mean, let's just put the gravy on the mashed potatoes. Come on. I mean, all these terms that you heard, it's crazy.
Wooden spoon by my mom for years.
Oh, sorry. Oh.
So, but let's not sidetrack. Let's stay on board. Okay. So the question about the CPS thing that came up to play that everybody wants to tie to this belt is not what it was.
Okay.
Well, I think it was confusing because when you initially talked about it, you referred to him as an embarrassed 15-year-old. So
yes, you did.
Like it was years ago.
We thought it was like right recently.
Well, instead of asking more clarification,
let's clear it up.
Should have been. So, as it stands, Sebastian went to school one day. He made a statement to a teacher. The teacher reports it to CPS. CPS comes to the house. That case has nothing to do with Sebastian getting spanked. That had everything to do with Sebastian didn't like being in trouble. So he thought by reporting it to a teacher, they were going to come to the house and they're going to take me out of the house and do this and do that. That is what the CPS case was about. And yes, I laughed at it because when I explained to Sebastian, very detailed, what happened, he thought it was a joke. When the CPS lady shows up and looks at him and says, Sebastian, you can't false report. That will get people in trouble and you can get in trouble. And then she explained to him what happens.
What did he say you did to him?
Can I ask you, what does that have to do with the price of eggs in China when it comes to the disappearance of Sebastian?
The price of eggs in China. So now we know from that statement, now we know why Seth wasn't contacted, which he should have been anyway. Even if it was false, you're the father. You should automatically know, even if it's a fake, right?
Yeah.
That's no excuse on CPS. CPS should have reported it because he is the biological father. Now, it makes sense why they're claiming that he wasn't contacted and the case was closed right away and it's sealed, because they're labeling it as a fake call, a fake report. It does not excuse the fact that CPS did not contact Seth, period.
Never, no.
100% Summer. Because this right here, he should have had a report. Sebastian should have been counseled if they were doing their job. Sebastian should have been counseled. They also have a report from the counseling session. Both parents get a copy. So to sit there and say, when they ask you a question about what happened and why, if it was fake, if it wasn't real, then what's the problem? And why are you comparing the price of eggs in China as a response?
Yeah.
Thank you, Seth. I appreciate you so much. And I do apologize for the misrepresentation of who we are, what I'm about, and what the community is about, because they've created the dangerous situation for us to be able to effectively continue. And I do apologize for that. We were doing everything we could. We're still going to be discussing this from a safe distance. But if you would like to talk more in depth off the record or beyond, please let me know, because I would like to discuss where we're at and everything. So please do. I would really appreciate it. And thank you for all you're doing. We just wanted to try and help, and we're still going to continue from a safe distance. Just please understand. I appreciate you. I don't know why they had gray hues up here.
Yeah, it didn't seem to help things either.
Right. I mean, yes, we've all been in situations in our life where some of us have been on the other hand of these negative actions, right?
Yeah.
And so when you hear those words, even for myself, I was a young child that was physically and emotionally abused hardcore. And when I hear that word, it even brings me back to that part of my childhood when those things were taking place. And when you're coming out with these sayings like let's get the gravy on the mashed potatoes, let's compare prices in China for eggs, you can't talk to a log. I mean, it's like, come on. If we all work together, and even this negative energy out there, right? This negative energy that has been promoting. Yeah, if anybody wants to hear my statement, not what other people are claiming is my statement, just click on that link right there. And there's a community post where I stated what I stated. You know, when you hear that kind of talk, and this is what I'm saying, can you imagine if those misinfo sheep, with all the dedication and hard work that they're doing to promote another kind of narrative, even though it's based off of no factual information, if they could just take that energy and actually use it for good, and use that energy and that focus to promote the message of finding Sebastian, can you imagine how much more work we could be doing?
Yeah, exactly.
If
But they're not interested.
If we all work together, it's like I continued to say ever since we even became a true crime channel. If we all work together, we wouldn't even be talking about a lot of the true crime that we talk about. Because then the people that are out there, whether it's whatever capacity you are, out there thinking about doing some negative act to another, when those people start to question whether they should do it or not because of what, it can go a long way. And if we're really truly about doing everything we can for these communities, those are the ones that you need to support. Those are the ones that you need to take care of. Those are the ones that you need to hold close to your chest. Because believe it or not, just as much as there's ugly people, ugly souls out there, there are souls out there that are willing to give everything they got for somebody else. As much as there's people out there that are only worried about themselves, there's also people out there that are worried about others before themselves. It's in the message. You just have to look through it. And it is never the answer, Grace. Never. Any kind whatsoever.
Because I'll tell you why. Because you're wondering why people are coming at you. And it's because he was in your home last. That was the last place he was seen.
Yes,
so
he was.
When we hear these things, it's like, okay, let's just clear it up and see what happens. Because I'll tell you why. Because people, I'm not saying me, but I've seen people say, hey, he was hitting his child. He reported it to his teacher. Did something happen? Was there an explosive incident that happened?
No, absolutely nothing of that nature.
Okay.
And for people to not understand, when you discipline a child, there's a difference in discipline and abuse. There truly is a difference.
But I think hitting anybody with a belt is abuse. I'm sorry, I do. And a lot of people agree with me, and that's the problem.
And
so
guess
we have
what? That's the
opinion.
great thing. That's the great thing about having your opinion.
Yes.
That's an opinion. That's not a fact. That's opinion.
Okay. I think a belt is abuse, but that's my, again,
Well,
that's my,
if I was leaving bruises and marks on a child, that's abuse. That would be considered abuse.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean,
so by definition,
that's weird.
That's what I'm trying to get y'all to understand. You can say your opinion, and that is fine, but you have to back it up and say, what I'm stating is just an opinion. There's no fact to it. When you don't say that, you leave it open to interpretation for a lot of people to take it and run with it. That was a lot of the problems with this.
And there will be people, I can get people from CPS that will say hitting a child with a belt is an abuse. But here's the thing, you're right. That doesn't have anything to do necessarily with Sebastian and his disappearance. But what it does is it creates a narrative in people's minds that we need to clear up and change, Chris. We need to clear it up and change it. Okay? So let's do that.
So we just did.
Okay. If now you did go on Nancy Grace and say that CPS has never been called. And
no,
a lot
that's not. No. Nope.
Okay, that's what I heard. What did you say?
She asked the question about a situation, and she asked me if I had ever had CPS called on me. I believe is what the question was. I'm going to tell you right now, I don't exactly know what the question was without hearing it again. So I'm not going to answer you with something without having it in front of you.
Okay, that's fair. That's very fair. Very fair. And so let's move on. Okay, so nothing came of that from you hitting him with a belt. Has there ever been any, and people are going to ask, has there ever been any violence in your home as far as Sebastian is concerned?
No.
Okay, now you ask, Gray asked, why is Seth being treated so different? Because of how Chris came on and became so angry and did what you did tonight, Chris. You've done this before, and I think that's why, and Seth didn't. And I think that's the difference.
Right, because I don't feed out of people's hands. I don't feed into what people think. I don't, and once again, that's the difference.
But how about just saying thank you to the people that want to help you?
Okay, well, that's simple. There's a difference in me saying thank you to everyone, which if you go back and listen to every single interview I have done, I have told everybody, thank you for everything that you have done. There's not enough thank you in this world. We can't begin to describe how much we appreciate it. I have said this.
Mm-hmm.
Go back to one video and show me where I haven't. I've also said that our family prays for everybody else, and we love you all, regardless of what you think. But you know what? Once again,
yeah. I think when his first interview, you got to admit, his first few interviews were really calm. The one on, can't remember the names of their channels, but like, you know, he was on multiple channels, calmly talking. Both of them were. And yet the public was already angry with him before he became angry on a show, because that was definitely later. You got to admit, like his first 3 or 4, both of them.
And I can tell you why. Because he said he hit Sebastian with a belt. That made people angry.
Which interview was that?
It was the very first one I heard. With I can't remember.
Smiley stories. I can try to pull up a transcript at some point.
Yes, it was on the Smiley story. Yes,
that one.
Okay,
but
but I mean, but here's the thing: there is a perception. See, look at
there you go.
I just want to say this. When I was growing up, my mom spanked me with a belt, wooden spoon, everything, and she's the greatest mom I've ever. I mean, like, just awesome. I didn't ever feel like it was abuse. Things have changed though over time. Like nowadays, it's considered abuse, and maybe that sort of is affecting how our society has changed quite a bit. But but the thing is it used to be totally normal, and it is still sort of normal in some families, as long, you know, if you're not sitting there just wailing away for hours, you know, like creating the bruises like Chris was saying. It's just sort of I mean, I think it's sort of normal for a lot of people in society. It might not be for some people, but I think I don't know. I think if you took a poll and people were off, you know, not in this particular chat right here, it wouldn't be as high as you might think. It's not going to be 99% of the people. It'd be like 50-50 on whether or not.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's a little bit anecdotal.
But once again,
could we talk about the thud that Katie heard?
Yes, that's a good one. Let's talk about the thud. And I apologize. I had your name spelled wrong. Everybody that knows me, Chris, knows I'm the worst speller in the world. And I thought I put Proudfoot, and I didn't.
About spelling.
So I apologize.
I'm not the best speller either.
So I do apologize for that, sir.
I put Proud Food one time when I wrote it.
Yeah. So I've been called Bradford, Proud Food, Brownfoot, all kinds of stuff.
So sorry.
I thought I put Proudfoot. Let's talk about the thud. I want to know about that. Chris, please tell us.
Okay. What do you want to know?
Well, tell us the whole story. What did Katie tell you about the thud? What is the story behind that?
If Katie's there, maybe she could tell us.
Does she want to come on?
No.
Okay, that's fine. Okay, that's absolutely fine.
Because it's like this, people. It's enough as it is. I'm not putting her through this. And I'm sure that right there is going to cause a big stir and say, well, I'm controlling. No, I'm not controlling. I'm a husband who protects his wife.
Well, you will only get polite questions here.
Let's go back to the Sebastian deal.
Okay.
Okay. Katie reported she heard a thud. And that's it.
But didn't she
knock her off and go to bed?
I've seen different reports of she heard a thud. She said, I don't know what you're doing in there, but you need to go to bed. I've seen other reports that Sebastian responded back to her. If he did respond back to her, do you know what he said?
Yeah, he replied, yes, ma'am.
Okay.
I mean,
we're clearing things up.
Right.
That's all this is. Let's just clear it up, you know?
There was a noise. Katie heard it. She responded. Sebastian answered.
Okay. And see, people out there, they want to help. And it feels like that you just are like, that pissed you off that we even asked that. You know,
what pisses me off is when the statement is out there. There was a thud. She asked him what, he responded back and moving on.
And around what time was that?
I'm not going to give you details as far as.
Katie gave details, but
well, guess what? That is Katie. I'm not giving you those kind of details.
No, she gave details publicly.
That is fine.
Okay.
Katie can give you that. I am not giving you that information. I will tell you this. It was between the time we were on the phone to the time we got off the phone. That's what I'll give you. That's it.
Has Sebastian ever left the house barefoot that you know of?
Has Sebastian gone outside of the house barefooted? Yes. Before, has he ran off? No.
Okay.
I'm not sure if that's how you were asking it, but
no, I'm glad
I'm going to answer it.
That's perfect. No, that's great. And again, I swear to you, Chris, we're not trying to be hostile. In fact, I've spoken on this live channel before and said, if Chris ever came here, we would treat him with total respect and honesty. And I really am trying to help because I want people to get behind you and Katie, Chris, because I want people to help find Sebastian. And it's just such a bizarre thing. I mean,
it's a bizarre case. Yes, it very much so is.
And so Sebastian leaves, but he's not on anybody's camera. Is that what the police have said? Or are you allowed to say?
I can't go into details on that, but here's what I will tell you that's public. Our subdivision is very dark.
Mm-hmm.
There's no street lights in the subdivision whatsoever. If you go online, Google it, whatever, you'll see that there's absolutely no street lights in the subdivision. None.
Right.
Is there a possibility that some cameras may not pick up somebody walking in front of them because how dark it is? Yes.
Okay. That would be the only thing that would make sense, really.
Right. So
well, he even told me, I remember when he told me that like even some detectives didn't show up on the cameras.
Correct.
Yeah.
Well, there you go. Yeah. That makes perfect sense then. Because that's been driving everybody crazy. But if it's so dark.
And I know, and it's hard for it, trust me, for everyone out there that, cameras will pick up and all this. No, I promise you, not all cameras have the best quality as, the stuff that you see on TV and, you see a demo of a.
All right, because I'm sitting here. I got my cameras up on my feed 24/7, no matter where I'm at, and the clarity is freaking amazing, and the clarity is amazing whether it's daytime or nighttime. So I don't know when I'm looking at my security. It's pretty damn good, y'all. I can literally go on my shit, zoom across the street, and see what's in like somebody's hand even. And I got
Really?
my shit I got my shit 360. It has its own feed. So even if I'm on the road, I have my feed up. And literally, even at nighttime, it's crystal freaking clear no matter day or night. Like, that's why when we see these cameras that are coming out and the quality, it's like, where are they getting their cameras from? Because I know, I'm on a budget. I didn't get the best glorified security setup. You know what I mean? And I'm sitting here going, my shit is like crazy good. Like my shit'll pick up somebody freaking 20, 30 feet away. So as soon as they're even coming in the vicinity, you're already on camera and you're already being recorded. So like even with the Riley Strange stuff, we were discussing it yesterday when me and Narc Divers were out on location getting footage for a different angle of footage for the family. And it's like, we're talking about the cameras and stuff in some of the videos, and it's like, how in the hell is this footage so crappy? I don't know. I don't think the cameras were jammed. This is what I'm saying. I think the videos are like copy of a copy of a copy. They're not in the software that they're using, because this is like, this is like my issue, right? This is why when I'm putting my GoPro stuff up, I'm not able to combine it and clip it, because the software that I have isn't made to like keep the clarity of it. I don't have that kind of software for that kind of editing program. I just don't have that. So when it comes to that, you got to think it's a copy of a copy, and probably software that's not, up to skosh.
Yeah.
And therefore you get the really grainy videos, stuff that we get, whether it's any of these cases. So when it comes to it, why aren't people seeing the, you can make a clip out of it. You can make a clip out of it and keep the original, and then it's just one clip that you can use for media purposes. So, it's like, no, we don't have, it's, like if you could literally, right, Allison, like you can literally get yourself a camera today and have the most clearest possible recorded, notifies you. You got so many options with that service alone right there, the Ring. I mean, why isn't there better footage? How could we can see footage, but you can't really see if it's even somebody, let alone who or how tall they are, or you really have to like filter it out and dig into it. So I never did understand the whole camera stuff. And when it comes to like not even picking out officers that are on video, is what he's going to claim here in a second. Like how do you not? Unless they're behind a wall or a structure. Like how do you not? It just makes you wonder, what are you working with? Cameras from like 1992? Because the cameras nowadays have been out for a long time. So no, it's the editing software that they use, and it's copies amongst copies amongst copies. Because if I did that with my GoPro, where I put this clip together and then I made a clip out of this clip, you would see the same thing. The quality keeps degrading. It's just because I don't have the, I just have what came with the computer. I don't have any kind of editing software for that. It does affect it. But with the cop, you'll hear him say this in a second. It's like, wait a minute, how do you not know that they're officers?
Of a camera in a store. It's different when you put it on a house and different elements. So,
Okay, so it was so dark that it is logical to conclude that the cameras that Sebastian would have walked by, did not pick him up. And that's something that is logical that people can accept. Absolutely. I think this is a good question. Did Sebastian ever have nightmares? Could he have had one that scared him so badly that he took off? Has he ever had bad nightmares?
He's had sleeping issues. I mean, he doesn't really sleep a lot. That's why he's been, but that's been his whole life. That's not just been like a segment. I'm pretty sure, I believe Seth has even mentioned this before as well. I mean, the only time, I've seen a couple times where he slept really well, but I mean, that's when after a hard day of playing, if he's helped with outside work, but for the most part, he's had issues sleeping.
That's a big help in understanding this. Has he ever done anything like hid under a neighbor's car or anything like that?
Well, I'm going to say we have never seen anything like that. There's been somebody that has said something to that effect, but I'm not going to sit here and say for a fact, yes, he has.
Okay.
Like I said, I don't have an answer for that.
I got a question. I got one for you. Would you think it's possible that he could have left in the evenings on other nights, like at 1 a.m, and came back through the front door and nobody would have known? Like on other, let's say a dry run, for example. Like he got up in the middle of the night at 1, went out the front door, and then came back in. Nobody would have known, right? Because you don't have a camera, and he knows.
What the hell is this? You're asking if he's done a dry run before?
I really don't understand that question.
If he did a dry run, okay, let's be sleuthers here for a minute. Let's be sleuthers. If he did a dry run, then why wouldn't there be shoes missing? Right?
Exactly, yeah.
Oh, my Lord.
Yeah.
I'm just, doesn't that make sense? If you're doing a dry run, hey, I wonder if he did a dry run. And then if he did, he probably would have had a backpack, snacks, juice boxes, shoes, coat. Hello? If we're doing a dry run, right? Oh, my Lord.
That would be the point, yeah.
I don't understand it, Rosie. I mean, I know you're going to school for stuff as well. I don't understand it.
I don't. I don't get it.
Crazy. A dry run.
Not that I'm aware of.
Yeah, a dry run.
A dry run, yeah.
I mean, I will say this, and this is for the record. I'm not going to tell you what he does and doesn't do at his father's house. Those are two separate households.
Okay.
Sebastian is one way at our house. He's a different way at his father's house.
Okay.
That is something that we've all had mutual respect on. All the parents together.
Can you answer, was he planning to go live with Seth?
Yes.
Okay. And was he excited about it?
No.
Okay.
At one point he was, but no.
Do you know why he changed, why he wasn't excited?
Yes, because he was informed that he will be doing online schooling vice in-person school.
Okay. Was there a reason for that?
That's personal matters in my
Okay.
family that will not be discussed with anybody.
Understood. And I respect that. Thank you. He was on medication. Did he get his medication changed recently?
When you say recently, can you define recently?
Well, I mean, like, I don't know, maybe within the last few months. I'm trying to think of something that maybe would have changed his behavior for some reason.
It's really hard to say yes or no to that, just
Mhm.
because he goes and sees his doctors, and then in there they will talk about his medication and things if they want to change or if it needs to change.
Right.
But I mean, as far as I know, I'm not I didn't see any difference, but
And is it, and again, this is just something that people want to know.
Mhm.
Is it common for you and Katie to talk as long as you did that night?
Sure.
Okay. Seth is here. I've asked him to join us. Insightful One, if Seth jumps on, can you please put him on the screen, because I can't because of my computer.
Right. I got it.
Thank you.
Have you guys
Very
seen
good.
the dog scent track? That because you actually showed it to me, right? Remember on the map, Chris? I don't know if you're interested in. It was kind of an interesting route up the street.
Well, and are you referring to the like day 1 through 4 dog tracks? Because some of those are.
Well, he had like a dog scent outside the front door and
Yeah.
sort of around by where the fixed light was on the flashlight, and then north, and then around to like a retention pond, something like that. Just short of it.
Stacy, I believe Seth is here.
Yeah, I got it.
Seth, I am so glad that you are here, my dear. Thank you very much. Seth, what would you like to say now?
I got a few questions to ask Chris.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
You can, yes, he can hear you.
Hey, Chris. So I think that you texted me the other day about something I'd already sent Katie an email.
say it. All right, say it one more time. All I heard was something about an email sent.
Why did you text me about an email I sent on Monday to Katie?
Because I didn't see the information in what you're referring to as Tony Mathis's phone number. I didn't see it. So that's why I asked for it.
I mean, come on, Chris. If we're going to work together, more than a week communication between the people that I'm sending stuff to you and Katie.
Okay, so hear me out.
I
told you. I told you.
Okay.
I told
Let's
you
not come
Seth,
into
that we will
hot,
work
okay?
together.
All right.
I explained to you that I'm willing to work with you. You asked me some questions in regard to this dog handler. You asked me questions in regards to going on a social media platform. You've asked me questions about hiring a PR person that will speak for all of us and keep everybody off of these platforms. That's what you asked. Now, if you think I'm not going to do my homework and dig into people and find out who they are first, you're crazy. Because I would expect you to do the exact same thing if I gave you a name.
I don't know what's going on, but did that solve it? I hope.
Oh,
Seth?
is Seth gone? It looks like he's
Uh-oh. I think, wait, is this Seth? Did Seth jump off? Let's see. We've got me, Stacy.
Yeah. How about I'll get off the panel. I'm sure that'll make a lot of people in the chat happy. But I just wanted
stop it.
I just wanted to say that, you know, I understand what I've seen. What I've seen from the beginning is that there was sides chosen. Now I know you're saying because of this and because of that, but it was Seth good, Proudfoot's bad, and everybody has been in those camps, and they never really got a chance to breathe, and that's probably why Katie went to be with him, because she probably was scared to stay at home by herself, given these lunatics like JLR and et cetera running around chanting and screaming. It's insane.
Oh, I agree. It's horrible.
That's what I think. Yeah.
Another reason why I record every show, because I want to show you guys as I'm driving up there and as I'm driving away and as I'm there, that shit don't happen with us. We're not out there screaming, hooting, hollering, trying to disrupt communities or any of that such. That's why it's important, not only for protection, but for truth.
Record keeping, yeah.
Because the people putting misinformation out there about people that are actually searching. You know, people actually out there searching. You saw how respectful I am. You saw how I go about it. You saw the effort I gave. You saw everything.
We did, yeah.
There's a reason I do my lives driving up. There's a reason I do my lives there. And there's a reason I do my lives driving back. Protection and truth, no matter what. Because if you have nothing to hide, well, then you have nothing to hide, right? Do you guys understand how bad this misinformation, slander, and defamation ruined any kind of safe search efforts to take place anymore? When if you put yourself as that neighbor, seeing somebody out there searching for a missing child in your neighborhood, and you go, I heard that person supports SOs. That's where the danger comes from. And it ain't too hard to put yourself in that position and go, if I saw somebody that supported or who I thought supported SOs walking around looking for a missing child, who knows what some of these people might do? This hate group out there ruined, because you could see who was out there searching and who wasn't. This hate group out there ruined any kind of safe, effective searches for Sebastian because of that. I've never stated threats. I've never stated that. What I did state was slander, misinformation, defamation based off of no fact, receipt, anything. When this person was already attacking me for a month, my mentality, brain cells, amongst other things. And now they ruined safe, effective searches that were the only searches going on, y'all. Because you saw who was searching and you saw who's just hanging behind a video screen. Seth, if you're still in chat, please reach out to me, evilcj@gmail.com. I would love to be able to talk to you because I don't want to stop searching. I never have. That's why that statement that I came out with a couple days ago really hit me in my soul at the end. And if there's any way that there's a possibility that we could make it safe for me to come back, please reach out. Because I don't want to quit, but these people have made it a very dangerous situation. And all you have to do is put yourself as that neighbor that sees somebody out there searching for a missing child, supposedly supporting SOs. Those people, they're not going to ask questions sometimes. They're not even going to ask for the truth. They're just going to come out there in a rage, thinking they know, when it's not the truth, and then all of a sudden, the true crime case that you're talking about is me. When the true crime case y'all could be talking about next is me. because I'm just trying to out. You know what I mean? If there is, please reach out to me because I would love to figure out a way. Who says he is responsible? I never said he was responsible. The people that are responsible for that are the people that are responsible for that. Those are the people that I'm talking about. When I'm talking about the situation that somebody else created where I'm not in a safe area anymore, I'll go back to it again because it's not too hard to understand. Put yourself as a neighbor and you see somebody out there searching for a missing child that supposedly supports SOs and maybe even might come up to your door and ask you if they can have your permission to search your woods. It's not too hard to figure out what kind of dangerous situation they created. Not too hard to figure out.
Yeah.
Yep.
So
And
that's
it
just
should
kind
not
of,
be that way.
that's just kind of where I'm coming from. I appreciate communicating with him. We've had nothing but good conversations, and that's it. I mean, that's all I.
And forget the blue hearts, y'all. Throw the green hearts in chat, okay? Because it's about Sebastian. That's why I'm asking if there's some way that we can figure it out. Because I'll come back. I just can't come back with the damage that was already created from somebody else based off of no factual information whatsoever. That's the situation. Go ahead and go on YouTube. See who's searching and see who's sitting behind a camera.
I can do, and I've never seen anything that made me go, God, ooh, that's, it's weird. I mean, I don't know. I watched the same things you guys have. But anyways, yeah, see you later, guys out there.
Okay. See ya.
Take care, Gray.
Bye, Gray.
Does anybody know where Seth went?
I'm working on it.
Okay, thanks.
I do know. I think up in his area, he doesn't have like the greatest signal because a lot of times when we talk, his
You know what?
phone he will drop.
Do you want to ask him if he wants to call me rather than go on the internet? Just call me on the phone, and I can put him on and to be a really, really strong signal. I mean, it'll sound really good.
Well, I think it's just like his cell signal up there is not the greatest.
Oh, it's his cell. Okay.
Yeah.
But if he wants to,
I mean, if he's on his cell phone, let me.
Heather, if you want to give him my number, and Chloe has it, feel free. And he can, if it's better for him to call me rather than to jump online.
I'm texting him.
Okay, we can do that. So, hey guys, I don't want to talk about other creators in chat, so let's not do that. Okay.
Yeah.
So
Agree.
yeah, let's just. I mean, I don't want to give them any.
Right. So let's get to our next question.
Okay. Next question. Let me take a look at my notes. Yeah, because I just wrote some things down. Have you had? And I may have asked this and I forgot, Chris. My mind is sometimes mush. Have you had search dogs inside the house and outside?
Yes, ma'am, I have. Yes, I sure have.
And what did the dogs hit outside?
So, as you know, if anybody has followed Mr. Gray's, what he was talking about, the dog and the trail and the scent and the overlay on the picture. So, there anywhere from 13 to 18 different dogs have been involved in this search.
Mm-hmm.
Now, on day one, there was 5 dogs. 5. There's an audio dispatch tape that's been released. I don't know who released it. Whatever, I don't have it, but you'd have to dig it and find it. In that audio tape, you actually hear that the deputy sheriff does state that the dog hints toward a scent and he takes over off to the retention pond and the construction site next door.
Okay.
Now, other dogs did the exact same thing. Now,
Am I going to say every single dog? No, but I do know of at least 3 dogs that went on the same scent trail, same path. The rest of the dogs, I'm not going to tell you that they are 100% honest and perfect and accurate, because
Sure.
honestly, dogs are only probably 25% reliable when
Mm-hmm.
it comes to a scent.
Okay.
Now, 8 days, I've had dogs in my house the first 8 days. In my house, outside my house, around my house, around the
Mhm.
neighborhood. So, yeah.
So they've been there, and yeah, so they did, you're saying they did hit and they all went to that pond.
No, I
No?
didn't say all that. I just told you I've had 13 to 18 dogs in my house and around my house.
Mm-hmm.
I told you 3 different dogs hit on the same path that go to that retention pond.
Right.
I'm
That's
not going
my-
to say that every other dog.
Not every dog, but some dogs hit. Okay.
Right. So, but I want this to be crystal clear.
Okay.
So when people say every dog, that is not the case. 3 dogs went on the same path.
Okay.
That is all that we have on that. The rest of these dogs go in different directions, but it's all unreliable.
Understood. We do have a question from Michelle. Chris, was Ellie able to go in and search?
I'm surprised she didn't say anything about that to what he said. Right? Like when it comes to dogs being 20, like, why wouldn't you say, then why would Ellie use them so much? Right? Like, you're not going to use a tire that only works 25% of the time to go on a trip, right?
Right.
That's pretty dangerous odds. Crystal clear, y'all. Oh man. Listen to this. They're certified, trained. Like, there's a process that they go through. Again, you're not going to use a car that the tire only works 25% of the time. That's as simple as you can get it. Because when you go out on your go on a trip and you, I don't know, that tire 25%. No, you're not going to go on that trip, or you're not going to use the vehicle until you get another tire. Like 25%, crazy.
Yeah.
Which
It's crazy.
the cave, they said, had collapsed about 10 feet in. I haven't heard this.
Okay, so Ken Widener is the EMA director for Sumner County. They called in all kinds of stuff, got layouts of where these caves were. I don't believe, and I'm not telling you by the gospel,
Mm-hmm.
I don't believe they were able to get into certain caves because they were not safe to enter.
Okay.
The one that she is referring to that collapsed, honestly, we know that the one collapsed, but we don't believe they had anything to it.
Got it. Okay. Let's see here. Let me get my notes. I was taking notes while we were talking. Let's see here. Hold on. So people have been asking, and I don't mean to sound insulting, but people are asking, are you searching? Are you putting up flyers? That's what they're asking.
Yes, we are.
Okay.
Yes, and here's why they're asking that question. No, you're not going to find pictures of us out there doing this, because it's real simple. We, all 3 parents, initially were told in the beginning not to go out and search, that we needed to be available to talk to law enforcement.
Right.
Yeah.
Seth has been out there searching and doing his thing. He's had a bunch of people following him. Whether or not he chose that or these people decided to do it on their own accord, that's not for me to say. But we, Katie and I, are not going to have some big, massive search party following us around with a bunch of people that are already threatened death threats, by the way, to us. You know, I'm not doing that. If you were in my shoes, you'd do the same thing. You listen to law enforcement. You do what they tell you to do. Yes, we're out there putting up signs. Yes, we're out there putting up flyers. Yes, we are searching.
Chris, I'm sorry. Did you just say you guys are getting death threats?
Yes, we've been getting death threats. And they have been reported to the TBI. Everything gets forwarded, screenshot, and sent straight to them.
Wow. Okay.
Okay, everyone. I have Seth on my phone, on my JBL speaker. Seth, I want to give you a chance to talk uninterrupted. So please, go ahead.
All right. Mainly, Chris, the communication needs to be a little bit more prompt. If I send you an email on Monday and Tuesday, I'm not willing to wait a week to get a response back. I mean, that's unacceptable when we're trying to find Sebastian, buddy.
I understand what you're saying. I respect that. But when it comes to you asking people to come into my house on my property, who I don't know Adam from Eve, and I really don't care what certification, who can vouch for these people, I don't care. I'm going to do exactly what I have always been doing. You send that to me,
okay,
we're going to review it, and then we're going to send it to law enforcement. Let law enforcement go that route, and then when law enforcement comes in,
for us, it
Hold
doesn't
on.
need to be on your property.
Hold
See,
on,
this
Chris.
is
Chris, hold on 1 second. Hold on. Seth, what did you say?
I said the person to be our spokesman to speak for all three of us doesn't need to be on your property.
Okay,
But
Chris.
yeah,
you're
you
correct.
have
You are
spoken
very correct.
to him
I have spoken to him.
when
And I'm going to make this public. I am back working, and I have work hours. I also have to sleep. And unfortunately, I'm on the opposite schedule of you. So respect that. I will do what I
When did
can
you speak
as
with
I
him,
can
Chris?
when I can.
I'm sorry, Seth, go ahead.
When did you speak with him, Chris?
What has that got to do with finding Sebastian?
If he's going to be our spokesperson, I was just asking when you spoke with him.
I haven't come up with an answer yet. We've spoke with him. We told him we'll get back with him after we've done some consideration and talking with law enforcement. We'll get back to it, and we'll let him know our decision.
So,
I know you're on board with that. I do. I mean, I know you're 1,000% on board with Mr. Mathis. I got that. I'm not taking that away from you.
So, Chris, I understand like every marriage is different and husband-wife aspect. You seem very protective of Katie and her having conversations with or without you. But like I said before you came on, I do believe that Katie is the one who, and I'm not saying it's because she knows what happened to Sebastian, but she was the last person that was with him. And so she does hold the most information, at least up until the point that he went missing.
What information do you think she holds?
Well, I'm going to get to that.
Well, then do me a favor. Let's just get to it.
Okay.
Don't pour gravy on the mashed potatoes. Just serve the stuff up.
Chris, I'm really trying to be respectful, and this is a very
I am too. So please just get to it.
Okay.
No,
so
you're
we would
interrupting.
really love to hear from Katie about his body language that day. We've heard from others who are not necessarily good sources about his body language at the bowling alley and his body language here and there. And so we're just really trying to pick up on Sebastian's mood because it could help us understand what led to him walking away off the front porch out the front door.
Well, That is something that, if she decides to answer, that's on her. But what I know is, even on video, Sebastian was having a great day. He was in a great mood. He got to go to BJ's. He had a colossal popcorn. He hung out with family. He went and played video games at Strike and Spare. After that, he went and had dinner at Roadhouse, Texas Roadhouse. He ate his whole meal. I mean, everything in the video, even the videos that Seth has seen, he doesn't show any negative signs of he's upset or anything like that. As far as we all know, Sebastian had a great day.
No, I mean, it sounds like a really great day. I mean, they did a lot. I was just curious, and like I said, I mean, every relationship is different, and you're protective of Katie and who she communicates without you. And I think that has, I think that has been a little bit difficult.
But right, hold on a second. But for the record, Katie can speak when she so chooses, and she's done interviews without me.
No, I'm not talking about interviews.
But she spoke without me.
Okay.
I want to clear up something that Chris said about Sebastian going to live with Seth. And Chris, you may ask, what does this have to do with Sebastian missing? It's all part of the narrative. It could mean he ran away. And that is, Chris, did you not say that he was not looking forward to going to live with his father?
Yes, I did state that.
Seth, did you know this?
Nope.
Chris, do you want to elaborate?
And I'll tell you why.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. I will be glad to elaborate.
Become a question.
Hold on, Chris. Hold on. I'm sorry, Seth. Start over. And then Chris, we'll go to you. Seth, go ahead.
But I know why I was putting him in online school. He needed his therapy to actually have been started with ABA, so on and so forth, before I put him back into the situation, because he's not ready for certain things.
Okay. So he was going to go.
I'm not going to set my son up for failure. I want my son to succeed.
He was going to homeschool until he was ready to go back to regular school. Is that what you're saying?
Correct. And it's not really homeschool. I mean, it's just online school.
Okay. Online. Right. Online school. That's a better term. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have said homeschool. Right. Online school. Totally different.
Really quick, Chris, the day that they had on Sunday with the spaghetti pancakes and bragging to family and BJ's and Texas Roadhouse and bowling and all of these, like, it sounds like the best day ever. Was that like a normal weekend for them, or was it like, I don't know. Was that like their normal weekend?
Right. Well, do me a favor. Let's pause that question, because you just diverted away from what she asked, and let's clear this out.
Okay. Go ahead.
We
Chris.
want the facts. Let's get the facts straight.
Okay.
So yes, I did tell you Sebastian was not excited about going to his father's house because online school. Seth was aware of this because Seth stood in my house with me, Katie, and Sebastian in my kitchen and had this conversation where Seth asked his son about, you don't want to go to online school? And Sebastian's retort was, no, I don't. But I don't really care about playing tit for tat. I understand that this may be a reason why he wanted to run away, so to speak, if that's the case.
Right.
But we're not going into this. We're not going to play this tit for tat on social media. We're not doing this.
Okay, Seth, go ahead.
Chris, unbeknownst to you, had already talked to Sebastian. He knew this wouldn't be a permanent thing. And me and him had already spoken.
Well, that right there is a conversation you should have had with Katie and myself about what your plans were.
I'm sorry. Do you want
to say that one more time? I'm sorry.
What Seth was saying is that if I had known the conversation that him and Sebastian had, then I would know the whole thing. But the downside is that's where Seth should have that same conversation with me and Katie, and that didn't happen. But this goes right back to, here's the thing. If you're saying that because he didn't want to go live with his dad, he potentially ran away, is that a possibility? Sure, we'll put that out there.
Okay.
But quite honestly, what goes on between Seth, me, his mom, and our households is none of the public's business. If it had something to do with his disappearance, I would understand that, but it doesn't.
Well, we don't know that.
Well, I understand that. That's why we're making this clear.
And that's
Right.
why I asked about his day, because I
Let's
didn't
go back
know.
to the day. Okay, go
I
ahead,
didn't
Miguel.
know. Okay, so Chris, you don't know me very well. I have 2 decades of experience working with autistic children in different capacities. So I do understand they are all different. I do understand that that day may have been very overstimulating for him. So that's why I was asking if that was a normal day for him. And if it wasn't, that just gives me more information that maybe he was very overstimulated that day.
Chris?
All right, so one more time, I'm so sorry.
I was just saying, in my experience with autistic children, obviously they're all different. But if this was not a normal day for Sebastian on Sunday when he went and did all of these things, and it sounds like he was gone from home for a while, if this wasn't a normal day for him, would this have been an overstimulating day for him? Is this something normal? Does he normally go to BJ's and bowling and all of these things on a weekend? Or was this kind of like a special thing? And if it was a special thing, what caused it to be special? Was there an occasion?
If it was a special thing, a mother and a son bonding and just having a good time.
I'm not being ugly at all.
I'm not. I'm making the
is this a normal day for them on a weekend? For them to do all
our days.
It's a normal question.
Our days fluctuate. Monday through Friday, we're a working family, just like everybody else out there. And when the weekend comes, that's when you get a lot of stuff done. You go a lot of places, you do a lot of things. And a lot of times that's where, you go and spend time with your kids and do extra things. Sebastian's not in sports like most kids. So we don't spend ball time at the ballpark. When Seth has Sebastian on the weekends, he goes and does fishing and things like that with Sebastian just as well. I mean, Seth works long hours. I work long hours.
And I'm not saying any of that is suspicious at all, Chris. I'm just asking if that was normal. Because if it wasn't normal and he was overstimulated, that could be a reason for him to have ran out of the house.
No,
okay.
He was not overstimulated.
Okay, so that wasn't one of the possible reasons for him to leave.
Here's what I'll say. Everything is on the table. Nothing has been taken off the table, period. That's the same statement law enforcement has made. That's the same statement I'm going to tell you every single day in and day out.
Katie gave my son to your mother and father. I'm sorry, I shouldn't say that.
Say it one more time.
Do you not want to say that? Well, we can move on. So
No. I want to hear it.
There's a rumor out there, Chris,
that
your mom and your dad have Sebastian. It's been brought up to me.
Seth, darn good and well, you got a question about my
I'm just
mother.
asking.
You pick up the
Did
phone.
they take him somewhere to like a boot camp or anything like that? And Katie just thought I wouldn't accept it.
I don't think Seth is being accusatory. I think he's just trying to clear up a bunch of BS that's been online.
Right. And I'm trying, and I'm telling you, if he's had this suspicion, he's got my mother's phone number. He can pick up the phone and call her. She is not afraid to answer any
Chris, I'm
questions.
asking you. I don't want to talk to your mom. I want to talk to you, and I want to talk to Katie.
Well, it's real simple, Seth.
To put it to the rest.
You have seen the video footage of Seth on Sunday. Don't tell me you hadn't. I know you have. You sat in the room with all the agents.
No, they didn't show me the video footage, buddy.
So you didn't see, you weren't sitting in a room
Wait a minute.
with law enforcement, the district attorney, when they showed you a video, when you wanted proof of life, saying that you hadn't seen proof since Friday. When you've been at my house the first 3 damn days.
Sunday, buddy.
Chris, let Seth speak. Go ahead, Seth.
Chris, they showed me video proof of him coming out of Texas Roadhouse on Sunday.
On a Sunday night. You damn right.
Just Chris.
Seth, I got a problem with you sitting here making these accusations. Because if you got a problem with them, guess what?
Let's squash it.
I think we're just trying to talk things out, and I don't even know if this should be public, honestly.
Same.
Okay, here's all the public knowledge you need on this deal. Law enforcement has talked to my parents, my whole family. Once again, the statement is true, what law enforcement says. Just because you hear a rumor doesn't mean.
And I'll go ahead and pause it real quick. That's why, even when it comes to the other cases that we discuss, everybody is innocent until proven guilty, and everything should be considered speculation unless it's being reported by Ellie. And I know it's getting late for Rosie. I want to say thank you for hanging out today. Appreciate you. It's a long one already. We're at 4 hours. We still got about another hour or so. But
Thank you so much for having me over.
yeah, thank you for hanging out. I love the new neon. And everybody, if you're not subbed to True Crime Overtime with Rosie, here's the link again. Please go show her some love as well on this video. She's also streaming it over there. Thank you, Rosie. Appreciate everything you do for us.
Thank you. Good night, everyone.
Good night, Rosie. So it is speculation because we don't work for Ellie. We're not in the water cooler. We're not hanging out by the water cooler. We don't know. So everything is considered speculation. And that's why we're having this up here. Appreciate you, Rosie. Thank you so much. And we got about another 45 minutes of this. And then we'll chit chat for a little bit. And then I'm going to be back later tonight. I'm not sure if I'm going to do a show on Idaho 4 or if we're just going to hang out and have a game night where we play some Prices Right and stuff. I don't know. I'll let you guys know. We'll figure it out. But we'll be hanging out here for a little bit longer. Thank you all for hanging out with us today. I appreciate you all. And thank you for the peace, positivity, and progressive approach to the community. Because it just adds to what we're trying to promote out there. Thank you very much.
Make it true.
Chris,
I don't think he said it was true. I think he's just trying to clarify.
He said
That's not clarifying. No, stop sitting here trying to defend his actions. Stop.
Okay.
The fact is, Chris, is I'm trying to squash the rumor. We're both here squashing the rumor.
Seth, there is no rumor. You know my parents were not with Katie on Sunday.
That's all I'm doing, Chris.
No, you're causing a problem because you know damn good and well where my parents were at their house on Sunday night. They weren't near Katie. They weren't near Sebastian. And if you got a problem, all you got to do is pick up the phone and call her. Be an adult. Be a responsible adult. And just call her.
Chris. Can you hear me, Chris?
Oh, I can hear you.
Because all I'm hearing is anger and attitude from you. What I'm trying
and you should, Seth. You should. Because what you're doing is bullshit, and you know it.
Okay, stop.
Okay,
People are
right,
talking over each other.
Enough.
Seth, go, and then Chris, go. Please, Seth, and then Chris. Thank you.
Chris, a unified front squashes rumors together. That's all I am stating.
Okay, Chris.
This is a rumor floating around, and I would like us to squash it.
Yeah, I think that is a great rumor to try to squash. That one's on Facebook, and the rumor is actually that about your mom, her car being parked at like Warsham's, and him getting
Okay, so here's the answer. The final answer to
It's
this.
not just an online rumor because people have driven up to me and personally spoken about this.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, can I make the statement?
I wish
This is very simple. This conversation has nothing to do on social media. You want to have this conversation, Seth? You call me, you get Heather, you get Chloe on the phone. Hell, I'll do you one better, and I will get Bobby and Carter on the phone, and we'll all sit down and have this little fucking powwow.
We're not going to have a powwow like that, but I would
Well, then guess what?
The situation, and I would love for it to be private because I believe a lot of what is happening right now should not be public.
So explain to me why you don't want Bobby and Carter involved.
I didn't say I didn't want Bobby and Carter involved. I said I was referring to your tone, which is very angry.
Oh, I'm very pissed.
I know that. I think we just all need to take a breath because no one is accusing anyone of anything. We are trying to dispel things because in turn, dispelling these things will
You're
take
so full of
some
shit.
of the BS off of you.
Whoa. That was uncalled for. And Chris, I mean, I do understand your anger, but I know these ladies. I don't know Seth. I just know what I've seen. But these ladies are not full of shit.
I didn't say they're full of shit. I was referring to Seth being full of shit with his comments.
Well, that doesn't help matters.
No, it doesn't. So when you brought him on the show and he wants to start this shit, that isn't going to answer questions. It's going to spiral into the shit that's in. So we can set this shit aside and answer the questions that you got.
Okay. I would like to move on very quickly, but I will say the public opinion is not going to improve unless we can take a deep breath.
That's exactly right.
And I know you are frustrated.
You have no idea what I am.
I'm not saying I know
You
how
don't.
frustrated you are, but I know you are frustrated. And I am not saying that's not valid, but this is not helping.
If it's not helping, then you shouldn't be talking about it on social media.
But
I'm trying
as
to-
a PI, you should have said, you know what? We're not going to answer that question. We're going to do that privately. That's where that should
I
have
did
went.
say that actually several times.
You
And you
did.
can listen to that recording later.
So let's move on to the next question.
I just got to say one thing. You want the public's help. You want them to be behind both of you. And
we need them to find Sebastian.
Exactly. And it's a very good chance that somebody in the public will find
that's
him.
my biggest frustration is that we all collectively have to deal with all of this instead of focusing on Sebastian.
Right, and it's a disadvantage to Sebastian. Really, it's sad because we're not any closer to finding him as long as we're all arguing like this.
Yeah. And mods in chat, you're removing these comments, I hope, because I've been removing some too. And we've got extra people, extra mods in chat. Anything rude that said, they're banned, they're gone. Okay. So we'll get them out there as quickly as possible. And let me go through chat really quickly here to get some more questions here. You've been on here for many hours, and I so appreciate this. I really, really do. So,
Can Chris hear me?
yes, he can.
Can you? Well, you can't throw us in a back room so me and him can talk real quick.
I wish I could. I wish I had that ability, but I don't. I can take you both off, and you can call him. Do you want to do that?
Let's finish this first, and we'll do that after the fact. Let's get these questions out of the way.
Chris, listen, you may not like my opinion, but when we got rumors out there, if you and I squash these rumors, then they stop being rumors and everybody just looks at the people who are spreading them like they are shit. I was not trying to upset you. I'm trying to squash these stupid rumors that are literally filling up my privatized email address, their inbox with crap. which is crap. It's not helping find Sebastian, so if it gets squashed, then people will stop. Not everybody. Lord knows there's still going to be stupid people out there. But it will stop. It will, I mean, literally, it will stop.
My report is real simple, Seth.
I want is to find Sebastian, Chris, and there are rumors out there that we have to put an end to. You may not like them, but we have to put them into them publicly. Because right here, we can end rumors. So people know when I told them to fuck off, if they didn't like it, they know that I meant fuck off because they don't like it.
So stop right there, Seth. Stop. Let me help you with something real quick. You want rumors to die? You want to stop with all the stuff that's coming up and flooding these PI's inbox? How many terabytes do you want of videos where you have gone out there and you've said some very harsh things that should never have come out? You never should have. And now don't take this the wrong way. That is a conversation for later.
Here to swing, bud.
Let me finish.
There are things that I put out there.
Once again, you can't talk to a fucking log.
Okay, what? Okay,
Chris,
let me finish.
Chris, that's not productive.
It's not. So let me finish. You all are playing one-sided here.
No, we're not.
I don't think that's fair.
So then tell Seth when I'm talking, let me finish.
Okay, Seth, let him finish.
Yes, Seth, please let him finish.
There's conversations you've had that should have never been out in the public light, and you know it. And because you did that, it started a lot of rumors. Own it, accept it, and move on from it. I told you on Sunday, I supported you. I would be there for you no matter what, how ugly this got. But I'm not going to stand by and watch you disrespect me, my family, my wife, or anybody for that matter. A lot of rumors got started because you went on social media and you opened your mouth and said some things you shouldn't have said. Accept it. I'll show you the videos.
You don't need to show me the videos.
Now, in hindsight, that is a conversation you and I need to have offline, away from everybody else, in our own private conversation. You and I, we sit down and we can talk. Literally, Lise, you had people watch us doing it Sunday at that vigil.
Well,
They were snapping pictures because they were trying to get some juicy information.
Trish,
Let's
can we move on to the question?
Yes, please.
Yeah, let's. There's a question here in chat, and I've heard this. And Chris, this is a good one I'd like to clear up.
Okay.
Is it true that Chris told Seth, "You will find your son at church"?
No.
Okay.
No.
That's
what he stated was if I went to church, maybe I'd find my son.
So in other words, if you went to church and talked to the Lord, is that what you were saying,
Yes,
Chris?
that is what the whole conversation in reference was.
I have a
Not
question for
you go to a church and you'll find it. Who's
Hold
coming up
on,
with that
Seth.
crap?
I'm sorry, Chris, finish. I'm sorry.
I'm talking because why I understand, I see where people got that.
Right.
But that is a conversation that Seth and I had privately. You know, I'm sorry, but we're not going to sit here and drag certain things into this. It has nothing to do with it. I told Seth, basically we should all go to church. We should pray. That's exactly what it was in reference to.
Understood. Seth, go ahead. It's your turn now.
There's a better way to say it, Chris.
Okay, and that's semantics.
For you to think that I don't go to church.
Seth, I didn't say anything about you not going to church or going to church. Can we go to the next question?
Sebastian?
No, it's not. Can we move to the next question?
All right, thank you.
Okay. How about this? Because you guys have been on here for almost 3 hours, and I really appreciate it. And I do think Chris and Seth need to talk off air. Let's talk about what we do know. We do know, and this is how we started out the live stream. We do know that Sebastian was last seen publicly at Texas Roadhouse on Sunday. We know he was seen on camera taking out the garbage at some point. We know that there is a possibility that the cameras did not pick up Seth leaving the house because it was so dark.
Sebastian, not
I'm
Seth.
sorry. What did I say? I'm sorry.
You
I'm so
said
tired.
Seth.
Seth. I'm sorry. You're not missing Seth. You're right here. Sebastian.
I'd like to be missing.
Yeah, I understand. I hear you. Sebastian was not seen. A possibility that Sebastian was not seen leaving the house because it was too dark. Okay. There were certain scent dogs that hit on Sebastian. There were 3 of them that went down to the retaining pond. According to Chloe, that retaining pond has been searched.
It was actually been drained and it has been walked and searched.
Okay, so that's good. I think that's what we know about that night and the hours before he went missing. I think that's all we know for certain. Now, I want to ask all of you, what is the next step? Chloe and Heather, I'll go to you two first, and then I'll go to the two gentlemen.
I'm sorry, my dog was barking. What did you say?
That's okay. I said, what is the next step? What is the next step for you? What is the next step for the public? What would you like us to do? What do you think you guys are going to do?
Well, for us right now, we are really focused on getting Q in. Chloe and I are working on a report and some maps to try to give them an idea of areas that need to be searched or researched. And I think really the next big step is getting us all on the same page and working together.
Mm-hmm.
And even though this is a mess right now, I think this is a huge step in that direction. And I'm hoping that, as I said, Chris had called me earlier and just right before the show started, and I messaged Chloe and was kind of talking to her about what you guys were going to talk about, because I wanted to, some of the things that he cleared up with me, I wanted to make sure she was aware of.
Mm-hmm.
But, reaching out to me and then reaching out to you guys on the podcast tonight, I think it's a huge step in the right direction. He's angry, but once we get past that, I think maybe we can all work together and start putting our heads together on where we need to look for Sebastian.
Thank you. Very good. Chris, what would you like to see us do? What do you think?
At this point, keep spreading the flyers, keep keeping his name out there in of good graces, not of in a negative light. Spread the words. If you know something, say something. Don't wait 2 weeks. Don't wait 3 weeks. I told Heather the same thing. There's so many tips that come in weeks later instead of the moment that they come in. When you get these tips, you call 911, you call TBI, you don't call these PIs, you don't call Seth, you don't call us, you just call the law enforcement agency. Keep spreading the flyers, spreading the word, prayers. Trust me, keep the prayer warriors out there. We need them.
I agree. And I think, because of all of the noise, people have not been reminded to continuously search their properties. And like I said before, everybody else came on here. There's a lot of really large properties in the area, and the terrain is treacherous in a lot of areas. And things get missed. So I think it's important to center it back to the local level, first of all, because this has become national, and nationally people are giving their opinions. We need the community to come back together and search their acres and acres of property, because I believe he could be very close to home.
Mm-hmm. There you
go.
go.
I will say this much, that everything she said is exactly the same thing law enforcement's been pushing.
Mm-hmm.
If you're not comfortable searching, call law enforcement. They, I'm sure, can work in getting a team out there to search the property. Please, everybody that's searching, do not. I can't stress this enough. Please do not just walk on private property without having prior permission. Please.
By the way, there's comments in chat and we're removing them. Chris has.
See the misinformation? The misinformation that's spread, because the day that I was getting ready, to ask for permission to search these areas, this was on my next leg of searches I was going to do. I was getting prepared. This was the people I needed to ask for permission. I was in the process of getting the property lines, so I knew who to ask. And the misinformation that was being put out there, because like I said, anybody can go to my shows and they can see what I'm about, how I'm about it, how I do it. And never once was that any of my plans. I didn't even do any of it. So when it came to that post that was left on my video of the day that we were going out there, finding out exactly who we needed to ask permission. Misinformation again about people going on. You could, maybe other people, maybe other YouTube channels, maybe other shows were getting out of their vehicles. Maybe other shows were going on property that wasn't theirs without permission. That was never us. Never. And there's plenty of fact to back that up. There's plenty of tape to back that up. And if you have a hard time seeing and hearing, well, then you shouldn't be spreading misinformation. Because it's not too hard to hear and it's not too hard to watch if you're going to spread misinformation. So, if anybody is able to get permission to go to these, this has been an area that has been a focus of mine since the first couple days that we went there for our search. Our search is the first couple days. Now, I was going to a lot of areas for requests, areas that locals were wanting me to help assist them with, areas that other people were being asked to assist with. My whole main focus was trying to find Sebastian in whatever way that was possible. Because even when those other groups didn't participate, I was still out there searching. But when I took a break, I came back because you guys saw me at the end of the month of searching. You guys saw how exhausted I was. I needed a little mini break. We went back out there. We were starting to get everything collected for our next few weeks, month that we were going to put in. And this was going to be part of it. Something that I wanted to check way back in the beginning, and we were finally at a point where we were able to start, kind of some areas that I wanted to go and try and see if I could get permission to check other than public property. So if anybody does have the availability, these were the main focus of that I always thought needed to be rechecked. Because to me, if you're walking out and you're not getting caught on anybody's surveillance, you're walking in the darkest place possible, which is inside this red line. Inside this red line is the darkest place possible, not on surveillance. In this area right here, you would have been on surveillance outside. But when you're talking about where you're not, and you walked out of the house, inside this red line are areas that start to need to be searched, and then you branch out from that point on. So I want to, I want to make sure. No, we did never, even though there was misinformation being put out there. That's why he wanted to put a comment on my video. That was never the case. There's just a lot of people that don't really want to help these communities, and they do these things to try and prevent you from doing so. Just like the misinformation, uh, slander, defamation, false accusations that have been put out. There's the link for that. I appreciate y'all being real, because even if we have to bring awareness to this case in a safe distance, we're still bringing awareness from it, just like other people that are here. Still helping other communities. I want to say shout out to Narc Divers again. Shout out to him. We're able to send another viewpoint of footage for Riley Strain, and we're able to send that on to the appropriate people so they can have another view of where Riley Strain was last seen, because things don't make sense. So I want to say a special shout out to Narc Divers. I appreciate you and your partnership with us. And, I just want to say thank you so much, because without us together this weekend, we wouldn't have been able to do what we did to try and help another community too. And that's what it's about. It's about trying to help every single community out there. So thank you all very much. We all appreciate everything and the support that you give us, because it means the world to us. You guys see it out there on a daily basis. There's enough hate out there, enough hate that gets spawned by non-factual information. And look what it's done already when it comes to this community and the help that we were doing. Because of the misinformation, false accusations, slander, everything that continues to happen, whether it's words spoke on a microphone or the chat in other these shows that you see these same people making up false claims. Just check your source, consider your source. Because if people were truly about helping these communities, and if people were truly about helping these victims, maybe they should approach it like we do. Unfortunately, they're on a kind of different kind of information train, and there's a lot of sheep out there that don't even fact check where they get their information. Thank you, Amber. Thank you and everybody else for all that you do, because you guys do your fact checking. That's why when you come here, you know what we're about. Unfortunately, other individuals have made it impossible for Hendersonville, Tennessee. Seth, if you're still in chat, please reach out to me, evilcj@gmail.com. Call 330-510-1110. I would love to talk to you after the show, because I never wanted to not come back. I never wanted to not continue the efforts that I wanted to keep going with. Unfortunately, other people have decided to change the atmosphere when it comes to who you have to work with, and that's the community. And when those kind of lies get spread, you ruin all the work that I've done, and you ruin any work that I could be possibly doing in the future. And all I'm trying to do is help. So please, if there's a way that we can figure this out, please. But until then, I put my statement out a couple days ago, and I can't go help other people if I'm not protected myself. It's unfortunate.
Has been searching. Okay, he has been searching. Just because you don't see him searching because you personally don't see him doesn't mean he's not searching. So that needs to stop. Okay. That needs to stop right now. And Seth, what do you feel the final word should be?
I need people to keep the faith. I need people to keep faith that we will find Sebastian. I don't know. I don't know what people's mindset are right now, but it doesn't need to be about me. It doesn't need to be about Chris. It needs to be about Sebastian.
Mm-hmm.
Sebastian is the goal. Sebastian is what is lost. Sebastian is what used to be found.
Oh, honey, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry.
Just for he's here for me.
I am so sorry.
My son is missing. I need people to continue with the flyers, as Chris said.
Mm-hmm.
PBI has already stated that most of their tips do come in from flyers. I have
Okay.
I have 100% faith that the humanity still exists out here, that we can come together, heads up, eyes open, see something, say something. Contact FBI, contact TBI, call 911 for your local. Tell them that, you think you just saw the missing child from Hendersonville, Tennessee. Get them on it.
Mm-hmm.
All right. At the same point in time, if you feel that they're not doing it, you just fix it. Law enforcement is short-handed. All it takes for evil things to exist is good men do nothing. And that's good females too. I'm not, it's just for evil to exist and continue is good people they do nothing.
Right.
Don't fall into the simplicity.
Right.
On your way to work,
Right.
on your way to the corner store, on your way to Walmart, you might see my son.
Absolutely
You might
right.
see him, and I need you to say something. I need you to call 911 immediately. If you're not in Sumner County, I need you to call 911. After you call 911, call TBI, so that way they know that 911 has already been called. I have found that law enforcement groups do not communicate with each other, and I don't mean this as a negative, but I mean this as a Facebook lead came through, and I called Lebanon, which is here in Tennessee, and they didn't even know that my son was missing.
Oh, jeez.
All right.
Mm-hmm.
I will second that with Seth. There's a lot of people out there that don't know locally.
That's crazy.
Right.
You know what I mean? That's what's crazy to me, and that's what I said at the beginning of this episode that we were doing. Like, how? So, like I said, when it comes to the misinfo, the slander, the false accusations, the defamation, and I'm going out to these communities, and maybe they just heard the misinformation and everything I keep mentioning. If you were that neighbor and you're like, who the hell is out here coming up to my door asking to search my woods when the only thing that I heard about him is this misinformation, slander, defamation, false accusations? It can be a very dangerous situation when I'm just trying to be there to help. They want to downplay it. The people that did this want to downplay it as, oh, he said threats. No. I'm trying to explain to you, and it ain't too hard, because if you're that neighbor that thinks there's somebody out there looking for a missing kid and he promotes SOs? Oh, shit. And I'm just there to help. So when it comes to like what he's saying, some of the community doesn't even know. How are they supposed to know that the information that was put out there from hate groups wasn't false? It's not good. And these people, while discussing the missing child case, then promote this misinformation. Knowing damn well that it's not true. Knowing damn well that it's not true. And I know damn well that there's other communities that might be exposed to this misinformation, that might not know the truth as well. Not only Hendersonville, any community. Only time will tell the totality of the damage that was created. And they still want to redirect back to me. They still want to continue the false narrative that they pushed because they don't want to look like somebody that they really did do these things. I don't understand why they get support. I don't understand why the misinfo sheep in the live chats continue to say. I don't understand it. Are they really helping victims in the communities that they discuss? You have to think for yourself, people. It's unfortunate because there are responsibilities that go along with being a content creator on YouTube. And unfortunately, some people are just so egotistical that they think that they run everything. They do so much more damage than they do help anywhere. And all you have to do is look at what they did. That's all the proof you need. That's all the proof you need.
They don't communicate, and they need to. They absolutely need to.
Well, I'm not saying communicating. I'm just agreeing that he is saying that there's a lot of
everybody
folks.
gets the information that is necessary. Somebody forgets to do a pass down, and the next officer on duty doesn't get the information that he needs. So he doesn't even know. It's not his fault. The officer before him could have been working a 16, or have even been working more than a 16, which is illegal. But we still have to have law enforcement out there.
Mm-hmm. Right.
I just need everybody to work together. The rumors are killing it. The rumors are killing people's time. And that's the one thing Sebastian doesn't have.
Right.
So if you've already called PBI with your information, but you think it might be a rumor, if you heard it from Joe Blow down the fucking road, you're not helping find my son. You're part of the problem. People out there listening that are doing the death threats, I will see you at my door. You're going to sit there and pick on people. You're a coward. You are a coward. And if somebody has my son, understand that I love him and I need him back.
Mm-hmm.
I need him back. Not that I want him back, it's I need. Because my life has stopped. Because
Seth,
my son is not here and I find it hard to function.
can you ladies get him
A
a hold of
regular
me,
life without my son here.
I'm sorry, Chris.
Seth.
What did you say? Go ahead, Chris.
Right. Seth, I know what you're doing and I understand the plea, but hang tight, man. You and I need to get off this panel. You, me, Katie, PIs need to get on a phone call.
Absolutely.
Not on here. Our message is simple. Find Sebastian, you see it, you say something, you call it in. Don't wait. Don't go down this track, man. Don't. I'm looking out for you. Don't.
Can I just say one thing? I don't want to ever discourage people from reaching out with information that they think might be pertinent. Now, getting the same tip 100 times from everybody on social media, just sending the screenshot, did you see this? And we've already seen it 500 times. I mean, that's a little excessive, but I don't ever want people to think like, oh, this might not be important, because that might be the one tip that actually was important.
Mm-hmm.
So I have a different message to send. I don't want anybody to feel discouraged. Please reach out to us. Please reach out to CBI. Do not keep anything silent because you don't think it's important.
Absolutely. And I wanted to reiterate, like I get a ton of messages, and even if I do not respond to you, that doesn't mean I haven't looked at it, and that doesn't mean I'm not looking into it.
Mm-hmm.
So please, I mean, I get them on Twitter, I get them on Facebook, I get them in my emails. If I don't respond, it's not because I'm ignoring you. We are vetting things that we know are probably nothing.
Right.
But we're still vetting them.
I mean, that kind of goes back to what I was saying earlier. It's regardless of how everybody out there feels about me personally, regardless. Let me help everybody with something, and that this might help you understand where we're all standing. There are some folks out there that have children, and I would like for you to take your step back, and you can go look at your children. You get to look at them, you get to hold them, you get to hug them, you get to give them kisses every night, you get to say I love you, and all the fun jazz that you get to do.
Mm-hmm.
Right now, there are 3 parents that cannot do that right now to one child. One. Regardless of how you feel about me, because I can tell you now, I'm not the most liked person in the world, and I'm perfectly okay to accept that. But if your heart's in the right place and you're doing this for the right reasons, it's not about me. It's not about Seth. This ain't about Katie. This is about 15-year-old Sebastian Rogers.
It's about Sebastian.
And all I'm asking for y'all is to please tone everything down. Focus on the positive. Keep pushing the message out there. And trust me, when we find Sebastian, when he comes home, let the party begin. But that's all we're going to ask of y'all. Please just keep spreading the word and be supportive and just keep pushing Sebastian. That's all we're going to ask.
Thank you. Seth, any final words?
No.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, I can't thank you enough for coming tonight. I apologize for the rude comments in chat. Our mods were deleting them as quickly as possible. Those people disgust me. They're not welcome here. And
Thank you so much, Trish. If this had to happen publicly as it did, I'm really glad it happened here.
well, and again, we'll do anything we can to help and anything we can do to facilitate the talking. We don't need to do anything publicly. We'll help any way we can privately, and we won't say a word. So anything you need, we are here. Okay. Thank you, everybody. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Take care now.
Thanks.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye.
Thank you,
just
Maria.
us?
Ticket 430.
Wait. Is the
I
show
think so.
over?
Yes. No, we're still live. We're
Oh,
still live.
okay. I was like, okay, yeah, it's just us.
Okay. Yeah. I don't. Yeah, we were trying to get rid of the comments in chat as quickly as possible.
I'm
And
busy.
people, yeah, and people were saying, "Do you want me to be a mod? Do you want me to be?" And I didn't have time to make anybody a mod or anything. But
Well, I got, ping in and then 8675309.
Okay, good. Because the comments, the bad comments were coming fast and furious, and it was so frustrating.
I've never seen anything so disgusting before.
I know, and it's like, really?
Honestly. And we've been doing this for what, 4 years now?
Yeah.
I mean, in some form or another, and
Yeah.
it's
Oh,
just
I've
horrific.
been doing true crime social media for 20 years. I've never seen as many rude, horrible comments as I have on both sides, But
And we're talking about chat comments, just to clear up for everybody.
chat, not here. But I do want to say something. People were accusing me of favoring Seth over Chris. I was, because Chris was so angry and so aggressive. And I was trying to calm him down. And I wanted to but he was just kept exploding, and that's just not going to help. And I was trying to get that message across to him, and I don't know if I did, So it
also,
was.
you were trying to make sure Seth got a chance to speak. That
Well,
they both
yeah.
got a chance to speak,
And Chris had been on there longer than Seth. So anyway, it was just, it was very frustrating. So I will admit that I was helping Seth more for two reasons. Chris was so angry and was just exploding, and I was trying to give Seth time to respond. So that's why. Anyway, yeah, I do, Elizabeth. I feel like Chris is his own worst enemy, and I don't know how to get through to him. That he's just making it worse by getting angry like that. It doesn't help, because here's the thing. You're not going to change the idiots out there that come in and say these horrible things. You're not. You're just not. And by yelling at them, calling them names, it's not going to help. It's just going to make you look like an angry person. So
it's hard. But as we know, you've got to ignore those people.
And that's so hard to do.
Yeah, it's hard, but you need to. I mean,
And I ignored them. Could I ignore the safety dangers that they put in place for me? No, I can't ignore those. I can't ignore those, because if I'm not safe, then I'm not able to help others. And that's the severity of the situation.
But here's the thing. These two families, like I said, they didn't know. One day they're going along, all of a sudden they're boom in the middle of social media. And unless you've been in it, it's almost impossible to ignore these things. And you want to respond because you think, okay, if I get out there and respond and tell the truth, then everybody will see. Well, it doesn't matter, because the trolls will be the trolls, And if anybody found that upsetting to listen to, you could have left at any time. And I offered to end it so these two could talk, and Chris said no. Chris said no. So I tried, and if they want to talk on this platform, I am more than happy to let them talk. But
anything that can maybe help,
Feisty, please don't spread misinformation. When did I ever say that somebody did that, Feisty? Please don't be a misinfo sheep. Please don't.
Exactly. Exactly. And again, nobody is forced to sit into this chat.
Please don't.
Or into this, to listen to this. So, and here I am getting all defensive about people making comments about me, and I'm saying, oh, don't listen. And I'm doing just not even taking my own advice. But anyway.
You know what I'm saying?
I think that's it. I think I need a break.
I mean, you've been in the show and I've been talking. You've been in the show when I've been talking about it. My Lord, the misinfo sheep. The truth is already there. I'm sorry, people don't want to check which foot goes in front of the other one to walk. It's not my bad. It's not my bad.
Yeah.
But please, everybody, get the word out about
You gotta go
Sebastian.
like
We'll put
this,
links
man.
in the description where you can get the flyers and do all of that. Okay. So,
And there's a petition that needs signed.
yes.
Yeah.
A petition, and there's a GoFundMe to help with search. What is Gray saying? Is he in here causing problems?
Hey, what's up, buddy? Hold on. Do you need a link for the panel to Facebook, your phone? What's up, man? Let me know where you need the link sent if you want to hop up. Appreciate that. So are you, bro. That's why we've continued to work together. If you're not subbed to Narc Divers, excuse me. If you're not subbed to Narc Divers, definitely go sub. We did some work for Riley Strain's family this weekend. They needed a different angle beyond the GoPro that we already offered. And you guys can see the GoPro yourself. It's under the video section. There's a part 1, 2, and 3 where we explored the riverbank. Another view, GoPro footage, and then with this GoPro footage, I haven't even shown it to anybody yet. This GoPro footage is 5.3K, so it's going to be some really good footage for Riley's case. Oh, I'm sorry for your confusion, Feisty. Sorry for your confusion. What's up, Lisa? Yeah, I already sent it to Facebook. Here, let me go into some of the videos that we actually got this weekend. I haven't even uploaded them or anything yet. I gotta kind of collect them and then send them out. Let me see. Let's see here. Let me see. This is one in the middle. We'll just pick one in the middle. Now, I do apologize about the wind. These GoPros, they get heated up real quick. And you can't have the mic mute buffer on it because then it just burns up even quicker. What's up, buddy?
Hey, man. Sorry, I was having like issues with my camera and all kinds of stuff. I'm not for sure what was going on.
Oh, you're good. I'm just glad you made it back safe, man. I felt bad when I woke up this morning and I saw you had more issues than what we thought it was yesterday. I'm like, shit, if I wouldn't have went home.
I should have looked, but I was like, we're sitting there. I was revving it up just to get the battery going. I was like, okay, 14 volts, like alternator's working. Like, so if it, keeps acting up, like it should be the battery. Didn't think about the belt. I mean, I didn't even hear a thud or a click or nothing.
Yeah.
So it was just weird, but live and learn.
Yeah, at least you're home safe, man.
Yeah. That's no joke.
So did everything go okay? Like on the trip?
Basically what I said was going to happen happened. So I did a live stream just so everybody knew I wasn't just dipping out, like leaving town for no reason, or like didn't give an update. I was
Yeah.
trying to like be transparent, like, hey, this is what's going on. So I was
Is
like,
that right? Is that right when you went to go? Because I know you were going to go out to another location
yeah,
for like an hour. Was it right as you went out to go leave for the location? It was like, oh shoot.
oh no. So when I got to Walmart,
Oh,
yeah. So I pulled into Walmart, popped the hood, took a picture of the battery, so I had the right group, the group size and all that. Went in, I'm like, seeing how much they were, bought one, came back out. I'm like, all right, this would be easy. I thought I was like, if anything, I could go out and scan and just get not a very big spot. I'm like, that way I had all day. My goal was to have all day Sunday to just to do a big search. So anyway, I popped the hood, and as soon as I popped the hood, for whatever reason this time I was more observant and seeing the pulley that is attached to the alternator.
yeah.
I don't know how it didn't go through the radiator or hit a fan or something, but I guess from the trip from the Shelby Park, all that drive into the Walmart, it was just like dangling because it rotated itself off, like it snapped on the inside of the alternator, the pulley for the
Oh
alternator.
dang. Yeah.
So, and then I was like, why didn't it overheat? So on that one, the water pump is in this the timing chain. So as long as the motor's running, it'll flow antifreeze, so it's not going to overheat. And then I was like, well, what about power steering? Well, it's got electric power steering or however that's made.
Yeah.
So all the normal signs, like, the older cars I'm used to driving, all the normal signs of when that happens, there was no sign that the bellet even came off other than the battery indicator. So I just thought it was a bad battery. So, so I tried to take the battery back. I was like, well, I need to get an alternator. Like the battery should be good. And then apparently it's against their policy to take batteries back. Which
Really?
yeah. Which at first I go, is there a higher up? And then she looked at it. Yeah. I don't want to be that person.
Right.
But then she looked at the lady next to her and she goes, she is. I'm like, so there's nothing you can do? And she goes, well, we can exchange it for the same one. And I'm like, there's nothing wrong with the battery. I was like, I didn't even put it in the truck.
Really?
Yeah, I was like, literally.
No way.
Like I did now, obviously. So it turned out I needed the battery to be able to get home.
Yeah.
So,
wow.
Made it a really long way. I mean, it doesn't matter now. I made it to Paducah, Kentucky. The voltage dropped down 11.5, something like that. It just took forever to charge. So
I got some sleep for once last night because I only had like 2 hours the night before. I got some sleep last night and I woke up this morning and I seen that you were live and I saw the thumbnail showing your alternator and I'm like, oh hell no, like,
yep.
Because we just thought it was the battery.
I mean,
yesterday
everything else was working good. I mean, for what it is, but I was like, well, I'll just get an alternator. Couldn't find an alternator. I'm like, all right, well, I don't want to, but I know it's pumping out voltage to the battery. So if I get the pulley for it, even though it's kind of boogered up, I don't know how it would have really worked, but they didn't even have the pulleys for that alternator. So
ain't that crazy too? Because usually most parts stores have it.
Well, it's an expensive one, is my guess. So they don't want to keep it like I don't know, in stock. Plus that truck, I don't know how many other vehicles take that specific alternator, but it's that truck isn't. All the versions are gas, like a V6. I think some have a 4-cylinder, but that one's got the diesel, so it's probably a little bit different for whatever reason.
Yeah, it needs more power or something.
Something.
Because usually they got like 3 or 4 different price ranges, and
they did.
Yeah, they're like, we're out of stock out of the 3 cheapest
the cheap one,
ones.
the cheaper one.
Yeah.
So I was like, what are the odds? It wouldn't have been that big a deal either. I'm like, well, I got all the tools, and the alternator sits right on top. Like, you get access to all the bolts. No weird, having to hold it, and
right.
So it would have been simple, but no one had one. Now I did find there is a place in Nashville. I guess they specialize in rebuilding alternators. But they're not going to be there till tomorrow,
right?
If they have a schedule or whatever. So luckily, I made it home. Kind of.
How'd you end up getting it to work? Like,
So the new battery obviously was charged up. It just wasn't getting charged. So I turned everything off that I possibly could. Didn't run the radio. Didn't try to run the AC. Shouldn't have worked anyway because the no belt. But the more I drove, the more the voltage kept dropping. So I think with it being a diesel, it's got. I don't think it works the way I'm thinking. I don't think the injectors. I think it has a. I'm probably wrong. But it was weird because the second time it dropped down to 10 point something volts, and I've been in like a Ford Explorer V6 that I know is fuel injected, and when it drops to a certain voltage and it doesn't give enough to fire the injectors, like you'll get the bucking and jerking.
Yeah.
And I kept expecting that to happen. I mean, you could tell I was losing power, but it never did. I never did get stranded, so
That's
it
good.
stopped. But my stepdad brought down a generator. I told him, I was like, I'll just throw the generator in the back and then charge it, but didn't really want to do that. So he just brought the generator and the charger, and we charged it. Took about 2.5 hours, give or take. And I mean, that disc still didn't charge it all the way. It was a pretty hefty battery. It's an AGM, something like that.
How far did you make it until you had to stop to do all that? Because I know you like when you were ending the stream this morning. Is that where you?
Oh, that's
you had
so
already made it as far as you could go, and you were kind of just waiting.
well, that's where the phone overheated, so it like closed all the apps, and then I
Right.
restarted the phone. And luckily, YouTube is like it's gotten a lot better, I guess, if you do drop your stream. So I got to Paducah, and then it came on. Like I was trying to figure it out, and then it just came on after I clicked on go live because I wanted to see if it was there. And then apparently I showed too much in the background, which is, I mean, it'd be pretty easy to figure out where I was at. So, and I looked at the video. You can see the top of the awning of the gas station. You can see the trees
Yeah.
behind me, and if you know that area, you're gonna know exactly where I'm at. Plus, you can see the semi to the corner. So,
And you're carrying a boat, you know.
yeah, and stick out like a sore thumb.
Right.
I mean, especially if you know me. But I even said, I mean, I don't know exactly what I said. I just know on the live driving down. 'Cause I was expecting to break down on the side of the road. I was just waiting for it.
Right.
I just said, if you're watching, if you wish me any harm or ill intent, don't show up because it's going to be a bad day. Like, well, it's not going to be good for either of us. But anyway, I can't prove that, but
yeah,
it's kind of weird. Dude, don't even live. I mean, anyway, lives pretty close, but not that close. And why that gas station when there's a bunch in between?
Yeah.
So don't know what he was doing or out and about or whatever, but anyway,
Huh?
it's like that.
It's nothing we did.
No, it's just messed up.
Yeah.
Stalker mentality. Then you got basically two grown kids going at it back and forth. Him and me in front of other kids, and then it's just ignorant on both of us, regardless of if he showed up. So should have showed more restraint. But when someone shows up like that, you don't have a crystal ball. You don't know what their plan is.
Well, and when you're about doing the right thing 100% of the time, I mean, you're gonna have that reaction.
And it was like first. Oh, anyway, the old me would have been a totally different outcome. I mean, I show more restraint than what I have a long time ago. But it's just bad. I guess when you say something about somebody, like I even say like, this is the person's positives and this is the person's negatives. And I guess most people just hear the negative thing that you say about them.
Yeah.
And that's what they go with. So.
Well, there's plenty of proof to show.
Yeah, that's messed up.
There's plenty of proof to show both. So. Well, I'm glad you made it okay, man. I know because when I joined, it was like doing that little refresh thing. So that must have been when your phone
it overheated.
Overheated. Yeah, because I was like, oh gosh, and I'm sitting there and I'm like, shit. I wish I wouldn't have came back last night. Now,
Well, because
at least I could have been there, But
yeah, it'd been a sit and duck. I went for a walk and got a drink, but I didn't tell anybody where I was at either, and no one showed up. Anyway.
Yeah.
Just weird. A
Well,
lot
I'm
of
sure-
drama.
Yeah, there is when we're just out there trying to do the right thing, and it's like, what's going on? We're just, both of us, we're just out there trying to find Sebastian and trying
Yep.
to do the right thing. And it's like, what the hell is going on with this world, man?
I always try to stick to myself, like for the most part, stay out of people's business. Unless people are calling shots at you or taking shots at you, then I get it.
It's just, what the hell's going on with this world? Colleen Blanchard, I want to say contribution call out. Thank you for becoming a member. Appreciate your support to the community. This actually was it is a members live that we did yesterday. Thank you again for all the work that you helped out with yesterday for Riley Strain's family and having another view of how it all took place, man, because it just adds on top of it.
It's definitely different when you're down there, like versus when you're standing up top.
Yeah.
It was just a team effort. I don't even know when we first showed up looking from the top. I mean, it looks like you'd go kind of straight in a sense, but when you go down to the bottom, you get the outlook and outcome look totally different.
It does look completely different. Especially with that view. It looks like, you see this view right here, and I'm just not showing it all yet because I haven't put it out. But you look at this view, and this is along the riverbank where the credit card was found. Up above is the bridge. And you see, like right here, you see these big rocks over to the right side of the screen. That's off to the right side of where the credit card was found. Credit card was found off to the left where there's that open little area right there amongst leaves and stuff. Now, it's a different foliage because it is some time later. But when you go to the GoPro, that was just a very short period of time after Riley went missing. And when me and Najee explored the riverbank, you can see, even though it's not the exact foliage because it is that time of year where everything's starting to sprout, you do see a lot more considering what you see here. But this is also, it's another view. And that's what we were doing yesterday, is getting another view for the family because they were asking for a drone. I do have a drone. I am going to get some drone footage, but they wanted another view from it. And this is better than a drone. This is GoPro 5.3 right on the riverbank, which is going to give you what a drone would give you, except for if it's way high above, like a bird's eye view. And that's what we were doing. So thank you so much for all of your assistance yesterday. And it's always great to work with you, man. I really do appreciate the team up, man. I really do.
I like to be able to help, and it kind of gave me a little bit of like a different outlook on stuff. Because you get so used to tunnel vision, literally staring at the sonar. Like, you've seen it because I ran into that pole. Like, you're there,
Yeah.
you're searching,
Right.
but
Yeah.
I'm so keen on the sonar. And there could be something, it could be. There could be something laying on the bank if I'm not doing a 360 and easily miss something.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I've seen more on the bank this time than I did going down there the very first time.
Especially with the view, like even this right here, you see where it slopes up. That's where me and Najee walked up. You see the hill. Now this is another view. And we even got even closer than that, plus the other side, which is, I mean, Trey, isn't the other side even crazier?
The other side's bad.
And there's a video, I don't know which one yet because I haven't gone through all my footage yet, but there's one where we show what we think is the president's house, which is like, it's crazy, like how it's set up and decked out and away from everything too.
It's a way it's secluded. You got a little privacy. I mean, it kind of makes sense. I don't know why. If I was in that situation, I would just want to get away from everybody. But I guess with them being here, they're also close. I don't want to say resources, but they got water if they want to go try to find some food or something. I mean, I don't know how their day-to-day routine is, but I guess with them being there, they don't have to go as far So I mean that makes sense.
Yeah,
But the
everything's
other
easy
person's
access.
doing his own thing. It looks like. I mean that's
Yeah, way off,
it's
and
way back there.
I'll try and find it as we kind of chat for a few, just to show you guys what I mean. It's crazy, the view, but this was, another view. I want to say thank you again so much. Let me get this contribution call out here. My cat's name is Karen for the $5 super chat. I'm new here. Appreciate your coverage from Pensacola. Thank you very much, and hopefully, I've heard there's still more storms going out there, so hopefully it doesn't reach any of those areas. And I want to say a special prayer to all the communities that were affected from these storms. I guess there was a town that was taken out last night from these tornadoes. So prayers to all them and their communities.
I'll have to look. There was I knew we were supposed to get some storms. I just didn't know to what like how bad it was.
Were you okay? Did you get into any storms? You
Nope.
didn't run into anything?
No, it got like a little dark, but no storms. I know that the last map I had seen, it says we're supposed to get bad storms, but I just don't know to what extent.
Let me see here. I think this might be it. 20765. Because it took us a while to come up to it. I think this is afterwards. Yeah, that's after. 20765, so it's before that. Maybe it's this one.
I think it's right before that because
Yeah. And StreamYard sometimes has an issue playing the 5.3K. So this one's the one before it. Over 70 tornadoes. Wow.
Wow.
Are you and Trey going back to search in the close for Riley or Sebastian? I mean, we kind of were looking just because it is in a different spot, but it was mainly getting footage for Riley's family. Let me see here. Let me skip ahead a little bit. I think it was after this.
Like I kept thinking we passed it, but it's way down there.
Let's see. Okay, it had to be before that.
Is that the do not dredge sign?
Yeah, because that is on the other side. So one more before that. 65765. What about this one?
I think.
Oh, this might be it.
It was right at. Literally
Yeah,
right
I think this is it because
I think
that R128 or something.
I remember the bridge because we went by the pillar. Well, I'll just both be wrong.
This might. Actually, I remember that building because that was way before I thought. Let me kind of skip ahead a little bit because it's on the south side of the riverbank. It's on the south riverbank. Let me go full screen too. So this is after we were leaving the area where Riley's strain was last seen. We're heading back. And we were getting footage of this other area too here. Oh, it just skipped ahead.
Oh.
But if I don't come across it, I'll have to comb through it and find it. I did get a lot of footage. How long were we out there? 3 or 4 hours?
I would have to look at the live. I thought it
was quite a while.
It took a minute because when the battery was dead. Like it would have been technically longer.
I felt like we were closer too when we were going by it than this. Let's see. Let me skip ahead a little bit.
It makes the bank look, yeah, like way out, way over there.
Uh-huh.
I was scanning 60, 70 foot, if I remember right. And I was hitting the bank.
There it is. We're coming up to it. Yeah, there it is right there. Hold on, let me rewind it just a little bit.
I mean, we were out there for at least 4 hours.
We got to go back a little farther. This right here. Wait, that's another one.
I can't.
No, that's it. That's it right there. So you see this dark area right here? You'll see the trees. I'll take a screenshot. Let me go to the actual video so I can get the GoPro clarity. So we're at 7:01. Give me 1 second. Let me go to the actual video and I'll take a screenshot of that. Okay, 7:01. Okay, 7:01. There we go. Oh. Okay, screenshot. And then you guys can see exactly what I'm talking about.
It could be way off the beaten path just because of how big it is. Like, so no one's stopped them from building it.
I mean, it's a mansion. It's a mansion because and I'll show you when I zoom in, you can see the tarp going around the back, which is the house. Then you got the blue tarp, which is the like porch. You got these hanging lights connected to all these poles. You have I mean, it's an elaborate setup. All right, so let me blow this up and zoom in real quick. Share screen. See this right here? All of this. This is part of the side. This is that black tarp that I was talking about. That covers the living quarters. Then you got a blue tarp that covers the front. As you continue to go around to the left, you see the opening of the huge house that's built. It's huge. It's got a fence going around it. It's got lights that they go from one pole or connection to the next, so it's like beautifully lit up at nighttime. You even have like a little bell right there that you can do a ring-a-ling-a-ling-a-ling like you're cooking supper. This thing is, and the thing is it's underneath an overpass for a major interstate. There's no way you can do any panhandling. The access to get up there, you actually have to walk quite a bit ways back just to get access to the road. This is secluded when it comes to the stuff that's taking place. And look, they even have a tire swing there for their enjoyment. I mean, I would if I was kicking it out there. Contribution call out real quick. Penny Hoffman, thank you for becoming a member. You can watch the live stream when we were getting this. And go watch it on Narc's channels too. And drop a like and throw a comment. But yeah, this is the president.
It's pretty extravagant I know it's not perfect, but I mean, it beats compared to the other places people are living in. This is, I mean, it's really nice.
Under the bridge. Oh, you guys don't see the tire swing. Hold on. There you go. That's the bottom of the river. You got a little walkway down here. You got a nice little spot. Look, you even have stairs. Even have stairs for a path that goes up the hill. So, crazy. I'm glad we came across that on the footage because I really did want to show people like this shit's not a joke.
Yeah, you didn't make it up.
This is real.
I mean, if you look, I mean, it looks like a mini, like a
Yeah.
house.
It's like a fortress. It's like a fortress.
It's weird how sometimes like it's a good picture and a good video, but how it just doesn't do justice unless you're like actually there.
Right. Even when we were going by right away when we took video of the side where Riley's strain was last seen. Then we went on the other side. The first time we went and did a run through that side, we already had somebody like, "Hey, what you guys doing? You taking video? You taking pictures?"
Yeah, quick.
Yeah. And then as we were on the other side of the riverbank getting more video and angles for Riley's location, you could hear the dude across from the river screaming and shit. There for a while. But it's like, you know, I get it, but it's public property too. You know.
After the police showed up, we never said a thing.
Right. It went straight to us, and it's all good because we're about doing the right thing the right way, and go ahead. It was a good conversation. They just asked us the normal questions that they would ask anybody and let us on our way. I mean, they actually did us a favor, honestly. So shout out to them.
Yeah, they're super cool. And the things that we're asking, it was all of it was pretty much safety related.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I mean, I know they said, "Hey, what y'all doing?" But they said life jackets. All right.
Yep. All safety related. So. But yeah, they helped us out a lot too. So shout out to them. Don't know their names, but I just want to say thank you to them for being cool as hell. Really cool. But yeah, so this is some good footage. We got a couple more go rounds of it. That way they have different angles, and that's the best part because that's how you get to the information and how you can try and find answers that you feel don't exist or that you're trying to find as, you know, other ways. You know, just like right here, just a different viewpoint. More information can only lead to more answers. So what are you doing tonight, man? You going live? Or are you going to just hang back?
I don't know. It's one of those things. I thought about addressing some stuff.
Yeah.
But it's the verbiage on it. I know YouTube's very, very like picky on trying to think what that one guy's video got taken down for. Like harassment, bullying type of thing.
Yeah.
And like the way his video was, I didn't really think it was like, I didn't really think it was really harassing anybody too bad. I don't know.
Yeah.
I'm not trying to get my channel taken down.
Yeah, because we're just trying to do the right thing, man. And it helps bring awareness too when we're going out there. Even if you guys are riding out there on a boat with us as we're doing these things, you're still bringing awareness to the case. And so it is important. As much as people want to talk about streams going up there, streams leaving, streams during, it's because it's about bringing awareness to it while we're out there trying to do what we're doing. And when we do these things, it just shows proof of what we're actually doing, and it's the right thing.
So, like I used to not like live streams. I was like, live streams are kind of weird. But the more I think about it, you can always mute it. You can always lay the phone down if you don't have like StreamYards.
Right.
But it really puts in perspective of how it, I don't want to say how it really works, but if I cut a video and piece it together nicely, and it's like, I can make it look like I get everything right 150% of the time. And then we'll make it look really smooth and really easy. But if you see the live stream, I mean, you kind of see, like, as it happens, you see a lot that goes into it.
Yeah.
I mean, you miss out on a lot of stuff whenever you try to make a video, which I get both sides, but the live stream seems like, I don't want to say, but
that's why do you have an Amazon wish list? Because I want to say shout out to the community. They actually got me a harness for my chest and my hat. that allows to be able to do that, so we're
Yeah.
safe.
Hands
But
free.
at the same, hands free. So
I have one. I get set to. I would have to add it to it. I've got those chest straps are kind of. I don't know how big is
they're
it.
weird. They're
Yeah.
weird, but most of the time I'm using the one on my head because really, where I'm looking, it shows you, instead of having hands in front of you or
They're
something.
sitting there. I'm bad
Yeah.
about panning the camera when it's on the tripod.
Yeah.
Like the tripod has its place, but
Yeah.
especially when you get busy, that would be kind of nice.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it does help. And so, if Doc in upstate New York, if you can do me a favor, or actually, I don't know if they were on my wish list or what. I'm not sure, but I'll find out because the brand
Which one it
and all
is.
that because it's amazing. It's comfortable. It's very efficient and effective, and you're able to switch from GoPro to a phone with one little screw pin. So it's amazing, and I want to say shout out to them. We'll have to find out exactly what it is and do that too, because it really does. It really does help. It helps make sure you're safe, and at the same
Yep.
time, you're able to do an even more of effective search.
I was going to say, especially when, like, I don't want to say a lot of times we're by ourselves, but there's a lot of times we're by ourselves. So if we're able to hook it up to the external battery, put it there, I don't want to say I'd forget it was there, but if something like what happened today happened, then it would be there for every
Yep.
view that you can get.
Yep. Especially our safety too, because we're out there doing the right thing, and if something happens to us when we're out there doing the right thing, that's also proof too. That's very important. So, yeah, man. I'm not sure if I'm kind of letting the community decide and the mods decide if we're doing there's another case that we cover a lot, Idaho 4, or I might do a game night where we do some Prices Right and stuff like that. Who Wants to Be a Millionaire? Are you smarter than a fifth grader? So if you're not doing anything tonight and we are doing that game show, which I think so far, I think we are doing the game show. Type in chat if you want a true crime case or a game show tonight. And if you're not busy and you want to hop up and be a contestant, you're more than welcome.
That'd be kind of cool.
I think we are doing a game night show. I think we should. What do you guys think? You think we should just hang out and have a game night show, and you can be the special guest contestant? It'd be fun. Busby, you wanted to? That's what we should do. Let's have Busby. Are you available tonight?
I think Busby would be great.
Yeah, we could have you, me, and Busby on here for a game show night. What do you think, Busby? Are you still in chat, bro? Especially, we could play Family Feud too. we could you, me. It could just be Busby, Narked, and CJ.
I am terrible at any type of
Let's do it.
games.
Come on, Busby. Where you at, Busby? Did he respond? I don't see.
I keep looking, but
yeah, game show. We'll do a game show. We got, dude. I got Wheel of Fortune. I mean, we can play so many games with us tonight. I got like a list of like 10 games we can play. Wheel of Fortune, all sorts. Is he in chat? I'll reach out to him in the background. I'll see what he's up to. If he's back home, I mean, and if you want to, bro, you can even you could always have your loved one join too if you want. She could be a contestant as well.
Sure. I would say but she'll have the kids.
Okay.
That's the only
no
downside.
No problem. Yeah, I think we'll do that. Well, I'll reach out to Busby and see what's up. I'm sure we can figure it out. What's a good time for you, man? I was thinking like 8 o'clock Central. Maybe
8
like
o'clock. We got the same time zone.
Okay.
That way I could actually get out of these clothes.
Yeah, I hear you. I need to like do some home stuff myself.
It took forever to get home.
Yeah. Well, I'm glad you're safe, man.
Me
Glad you're
too.
safe.
I finally got into a good area, or at least seems like a good area.
Yeah, we heard some news in the middle of our show, and it was concerning. So I appreciate you reaching out to me, letting me know you're good. And yeah, we'll go ahead and meet back tonight for the game show. I'm just going to go ahead. I'll put the notification out here in a few. Just look for it, 8 p.m. Central, 9 p.m. Eastern. And we'll just play games for a couple hours and hang out and have some fun. And I want to say thank you again, man, for all the work, not only before, but this weekend. I appreciate it, and thank you for all that you do for the communities out there. I know it means everything to them.
No thanks is needed, but I definitely like. It's just nice to kind of be with somebody instead of by yourself all the time.
I hear you, man, because I have that same problem.
Yeah, it kind of. I don't want to say it gets to you, but you're out in the community. You're out and about, and I get asked all the time, "Catch any fish?" And it's just like the most awkward thing. I'm just like, "No, I didn't catch any fish."
No fish. Yeah, just like when we were dealing with the stuff at the end, bringing the boat up, and he's like, "Did you go fishing?" We're like, "No."
Like, what? That
Oh,
doesn't make any sense.
yeah. He's like, "At least you went fishing." We're like, "No, didn't go fishing. Just doing some work."
But yeah, I'm more
So,
than happy to always help people out. As long as they're in it for the. I don't want to say that. Anyway, for the better good, or at least for the right
thing.
reasons.
The right thing. All right, everybody. Thank you so much. Thanks for hanging out in the show today. Thank you again. Thank you, Rosie, for hopping up here and most of the show as well. Thank you for all that you do for us as well. And we'll see you guys here in a couple hours, and we're going to chill back, have some fun, and play some games. Appreciate you all.
See y'all.
Look for the notification here in a few.
Can you let a supervisor know that I have a case report with the arrest attached?